right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow decoders around the world, wherever you may be, welcome out to another episode of What's Your Question? This one is number 62, which, if you've been paying attention to this great research that all of us have been doing, 62 is tied to life is but a dream. So if you're interested in knowing more about the number 62, please go check out my Life is But a Dream decode, and you will see how it is directly tied into the God, the supernatural. And you'll notice to my right there on the wall is the 62nd card in the tarot, the Knight of Swords. A little washed out there, but there it is, the Knight of Swords, which of course is tied to the 50th card in the Cards of Illumination, and Life is But a Dream is 50. You see, so this is the great aspects of the Cards of Illumination, the typical playing deck of cards. Like, you know, years ago, I had no idea that they had such significance in our reality. They're just so magical. These things are just so magical. You have a few of these tied to your birthday. You have them tied to the house you live in. You have them tied to the address that you live at. I mean, they're all in there. It's just so fascinating. If you've been paying attention to the charts, the solar spreads, if you watch my scripted reality part number 11, the last one I just released, I showed there Irwin, the guy who won a Nobel Prize, how he's Ace of Diamonds was tied to the word quantum, and that's what he was known for, his quantum theory. And his birth card was the 27th card in the deck. No accident, right? So these are big markers in our reality, and that's why I love using them. So, you know, like a big shout out to my great friend Sharon Jeffers. I just talked to her today. She's been studying the cards for like long time, decades and decades and decades. And, you know, I really kind of gave her a lot of credit because really got started when she entered my life, and the cards for that matter, right? And it's just so interesting because my family's been playing cards. My dad, they've been playing cards their whole life, and they they still don't know. But of course, as fate would have it, here we are. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome out. Big shout out to all you great decoders, wherever you're at in the world. I'm going to be looking here to my right once again. I have my second monitor here. So this is where all your comments will be scrolling through. I'll try to get to everybody's comments as best as I can, some of your questions. Big shout out to the moderators. We got the yin and the yang here. We got Pamela and Steven, masculine and feminine, representing. I see a lot of familiar faces. Or avatar names. The background music is by Dream State Logic right now. The opening song was one of my favorites of all time off of the album Time Cop 1983, which was The Midnight. That was the name of the band, The Midnight, and it was called Static. It's one of my favorite songs, and it says, between the ones and zeros, you'll find me in the static. The binary, right? In between the one and zero, you'll find me in the static. It's really awesome, man. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is going on in your neck of the woods? A lot going on here in Mexico. The weather's been amazing. Going on vacation next month, headed out to the great city of Los Angeles. If you're going to be in that area, I'm going to probably do a meet and greet. I'm going to do something fun. I think we're going to do something in nature. So if you're interested in meeting up and I think we're going to do like another, if you watched my video, The Gathering of Syncretis, it was with Santos, Kevin, and a few other people in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles. It was at Tree People. I think I may just do that again because getting a space and then like I just didn't have the planning and the whole coordination. And I want to do a whole thing like, you know, Jason from Archaics has done like a few meetups, which has been awesome for them. I'd like to do a bigger one like that where we can, you know, get an audience and chairs and microphone and screen and do kind of some live stuff, but it just wasn't in the cards for this trip. But it'll be all right because we're going to do some cool stuff probably in nature. So if you're interested, if you're in the Los Angeles area and you want to, if you're in the vicinity and you want to come up and meet and greet and talk shop and talk about syncretism and the occult and esoteric, well, then, I'll let all you know. I mean, I'm coming in the second week of July. I'll be there till the end of the month. Probably will do it on a Saturday. Not sure what days are. I don't remember the calendar in front of me, but we'll probably do it on a Saturday. And it will more than likely be at Tree People, which is off of Coldwater Canyon. I'm sure most of you should know where that is if you live in the LA area. You just park and we can just meet there, and it's a pretty awesome. And this is where we did the gathering of syncretists and stuff like that. So that's kind of the idea right now. So that's what I got going on for my updates. So let's get to some of your great comments over here and see what all you guys and gals are coming up with here. And I just wanted to say thanks for all the support. I've been pumping videos out like crazy. It's really interesting because I don't know what's going on with the algorithms of YouTube, but the numbers have been going down and down and down. It's really, really interesting. Not sure what's going on. What's up, Christine? Yeah, Grand Saturn Day. It's a Saturday. Saturday night's all right. Like Elton John sang that song about Saturday's all about partying, right? Well, not for everybody. This is my idea of partying at this stage of the game for me. But we're going to go right into Sunday. I don't know how long. Well, let's see, because that's 3 hours from now. And I got to really start to cut back on my time sitting on my ass because it's just not healthy. But it just seems like the time goes by so quick when I'm here with all you great decoders. We get into these rants, these conversations. Jimbo says the more you post, the less the algorithm pushes your videos. Maybe. I mean, I'm going to be going and taking a break next month. So just so you know, there's going to be a gap. I may have a few videos I may pre-record and release, maybe one for the week I'm gone, and the 2 weeks I'm gone. I may do that, but there's going to be a gap in between. I got some big stuff coming out, folks. I got so big shout out from Jason from Archaics. Got a big podcast that him and I are coming to do, which is Let's Talk About Underground Aliens. And that's going to be released. We're doing that on July 7th. It is not going to be live. I don't want to risk our mouths not being synced up. So we're going to do that on the 7th, and then it will probably be released early in the morning on the 8th, because all of you know I'm a night owl. So I may just end up putting it out on the 8th, which is a Saturday, right? So we're shooting it on the 7th. Him and I are meeting up on July 7th, and then we'll probably pump that sucker out. You'll have it on the 8th. So you'll have some fresh content from me and Jason from Archaics about Let's Talk About Underground Aliens. And folks, let me just tell you, like his whole research and stuff is all talking about that. And, if you bring theology into it, which is what I'm going to be bringing up, you get the locusts, and you get the bottomless pit being opened up. There's a lot of interesting shit coming down the pike. Let's be real here. And then I just talked to my great friend Jordan. Big shout out from Jordan. I hope you were over there listening and supporting his channel just today. I was over there today for a little bit, listening in the background. I always try to get on and listen to his great words of wisdom. Him and I have decided to do another podcast. I'm hoping next week. So that's going to be another, he's over far away from me, so the time difference is going to be a little challenging, but we're going to try to get one in, another podcast. Jordan, that'll be number 12. And then I have another podcast I got invited to do by, God, I can't remember his name, but he's about cryptocurrency. He invited me to do his podcast. So I'll let all, you'll see, ladies and gentlemen, I'll share that with all of you He has this big blue chair he sits in with the flag behind him. A little bit different of my element, but I got invited to go do that, and I'm pretty stoked about doing that. Some podcast stuff. And then I have some more podcasts I have coming out with some other people. I know Troy. I've been asked Troy to do a podcast with me. He's got some interesting content, this guy Troy. So there's that one as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we got some great content coming out. Colorado is the bottomless pit. Oh, that's funny. Doing push-ups at the moment. Nice. 100 push-ups a day challenge. Do 100 push-ups a day, 700 a week. See what happens to your chest, arms, and shoulders. Natural Zen Wake Up, You're the 12. Wow, that's a hell of a long avatar name. He's asking about a Bob Marley decode. Well, since you asked, I'll deliver. I've already done one on Bob Marley. Check out my 56 decoded. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to point this out to you because I have shown this so many times and I want to make sure that you're getting this, okay? Let me go to my display capture. There we go. So if you go to, where the hell's my, so if you go to my channel here, okay? Obviously I have a lot of videos. I have over 420 videos. So, and some of them don't show up. So if you come over right here, let me see, do I have my cursor on? Yeah. If you come over right here to the magnifying glass and you click it and you type in whatever you're looking for, right? You may not find Bob Marley, but if you click 56 Decoder, I have Bob Marley in here. So this is one of my favorites, 56 Decoded. And it's all about lights, camera, action. Because Bob Marley was a soldier of the sun, okay? And his birth card is the 56 card in the deck, as fate would have it, working for the sun, right? 56 decoded, because 56 is all about lights, camera, action. Okay. So there you go. There, you're already, your wish is my command. You already have it. Oh, I think I said that backwards. One level up is asking about the cube, the Kaaba. Are you talking about the black cube in Mecca? Is that what you're talking about? It doesn't. Here's my final answer. All this stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, it doesn't matter what religion worships what, because the energy is harvested and it goes to the same source. It's all going to form this. It's all going to form a pyramid. And at the very top is what gets all the energy, and it owns the whole entire thing. We live in a Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme is 53. The I am, that's tied to the 53. We live inside of a Ponzi scheme, so it doesn't matter. Like, I see, I get a lot of people's comments. I still get this guy today, like the whole Mason thing. I'm like, oh my God, dude, where are you at? You're like way behind, but that's okay. Everybody's, I used to be there. But folks, it's a Ponzi scheme in this reality. It's a never-ending Ponzi scheme. That's the beautiful part. So it really, when you level up and have a DNA activation upgrade and realize, okay, well, maybe you don't want to give your energy to that. That's because, when you give your energy away, your energy is precious. When you give your energy away to some religion or some cult or some organization, you're feeding it, helping it grow. That's fine. Because this whole reality is based on one thing and one thing only: marketing. It's all about marketing is 27, currency is 27, religion is 27, sports is 27, all in Chaldean numerology. 27, tied to Uranus. The U. I got some sneak peeks for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to wait for the count to get a little higher, and then I'm going to show you, like I normally do, some sneak peeks. I have I have Architect of the Universe Part 5. This is going to be my last one for the Architect of the Universe series. Got that one coming out. It's going to be on the shorter side. I have some big decodes coming out. Area 51. Energy harvesting. So many good ones. And I got some stuff on the age of Aquarius again, moving into that. Well, I'm going to show you astrologically because we're moving from Neptune into Uranus. I'm going to show you how that looks from the discovery of Neptune, Poseidon, and then moving into the age of Aquarius, and the ruler is Uranus. I'm going to show you how that looks on an astrological map here during this What's Your Question 62. So stand by for that. Stick with me if you can. Different branches, same headquarter. Yep. That's a good one. Is the sun the devil? It can be. I mean, I have so many decodes on the sun. Superstar Part 1, 2, and 3. Sun Devil, Blood Sun. I mean, it's just the sun is causing photosynthesis. The sun gives you vitamin D. The D is the fourth letter. 4 is tied to the box, the cube, the square, the prison planet. I mean, there's just, Pandora's box. There's so many different ways to slice and dice this whole thing. And I was born on a Sunday. I love the sun. I'm a sun worshiper. So. Troy's asking what I decode. Since Troy's a boxer, he's asking, of course you would ask that, Troy. Welcome out, brother. What I do a decode on. I looked into Tyson's astrological chart last year, but I have different eyes now, so maybe I may look into that. I'm a big Mike Tyson fan. I mean, I used to watch boxing back in the day. My dad's a big boxing fan. He was just so dominant, obviously, but I might consider that. I don't have a date on the course yet. Just so all of you know, I might as well just tell you all this now. Because it's kind of not even a secret anymore, but myself, my main man, Jordan, and my main man, Flock. You guys probably don't know who he is, but he's a really good friend of mine. He lives out in the Bahama area in Curacao. We are creating our own decoding website. And, it's been a slow process. I wanted to wait till that was finished to do the course through it, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. So stay tuned for that. That's coming out. And you won't have to use these other websites that charge you memberships and all this kind of stuff. Do you ever release your top secret material? You could label some of this stuff top secret. I just release whatever comes to my mind and whatever I'm guided to release to the general public, which is all of you, which is, the world itself. So I don't hold back. I just release whatever comes to my mind, and I'm always in tune with this reality. I'm so in tune with the reality at this point. I see stuff like in real time. If you watched my Scripted Reality Part 10, I mean, that was real-time stuff. Just being in the flow, being in tune. Not being in, like that song I played in the beginning, the static. Not being in this way. When you're there, when you're busy and life has got a hold of you and you can't see because life has sucked you in, well, then you're not clear like this. But that's why I'm a fan of being a minimalist. Not that I wouldn't love having a lot of other things in my life, but when you have a lot of other things in your life, it can muddy the waters. So when you minimize your life, you get rid of a lot of your liabilities. Everything is a yin-yang liability asset. When you get rid of the liabilities, well, then you free up a lot of your space and you can pay attention more to how this reality operates. Bruce Lee's asking, what do I mean about be the best little devil you can be? Well, we're all little devils down here because you're a sinner, right? The majority of us here, I know there's going to be exceptions, but I would even take the people that say, that's not me, and I would say, bullshit. The human being experience craves the dirty laundry. We crave crime and drama. We crave negativity. We crave the junk food. We crave this. We crave all the things that make it decay faster. We crave it. We want it. We desire it. That's the whole, there's a great song by Black Sabbath. It's called Killing Yourself to Live, off of their album Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. Go listen to that song. Killing Yourself to Live. Says it all. Aaron's asking, does our intuition keep us in line with the coding? I would say so. I think we have some free will, right? I'm not opposed to that, but I think it's very limited. Something will happen to get you back in line. Something's going to happen to get you back in line. Matt's asking about the Titanic submersible situation. I don't even call it ritual. I don't even call it that. I don't even like using that word because mankind's not in control of this reality. So I didn't pay attention to it. I got a lot of people asking me to decode it. I just wasn't interested. Just didn't interest me. Don't care. It's a lot of other things going on in the world today. Not that I don't care about people's lives, but a lot of people die every day. There's a nonstop layer of decoding in the negativity and the people getting murdered, killed, sacrificed, this and that. You could call it whatever you want. Distractions. I just wasn't interested in it. So I said, I'm not going to do it. The DMT decodes slowly. DMT is dimethyltryptamine equals 62. This is what's your question 62. Here it is. This is what dimethyltryptamine means right there. The Knight of Swords. That's what it means. It means to rush and attack into the dream. Life is but a dream, dimethyltryptamine. That's what DMT means. You're going into, when you ingest DMT, you're going into a different fractal. Essentially, you could say that the God, the supernatural, is conjuring us all up through its own visions, its own memory, and it's having its own trip. You can get into lucid dreaming. Dimethyltryptamine is just a different fractal. That is all it is. People, a lot of people ask me, how about decoding out-of-body experiences? Look, you can't prove that those are real. The only thing I can prove is that I'm as real as it gets. You're as real as it gets. And even if you have an out-of-body experience or a near-death experience, there's no way to prove that it was real. The only thing you could say is it was an experience and it was in your mind. Everything's in the mind, of course. But you see, the only way to tell the story about your near-death experience or your out-of-body experience is you got to come back into this physical body and then you speak whatever you saw. So really, what is the most important reality? This one. It's great to think outside the box, as they say, right? It's great to smoke a little bit of the herb and go on a trip or take some mushrooms, psilocybin, or do DMT. But folks, when that finishes, you come back to this three-dimensional reality. You were born in this 3D reality without going outside of this 3D reality. When people say, I died and I saw this and that, I can say that in a dream. I went to sleep and I had a dream. Is a dream real? When I could swear it was real. That's what people say. Man, it was like I was there. That's how real it was. Yeah, but you're telling me right now in this reality. It's not like you're going into a dream and telling somebody a story about, oh my God, I'm having this dream and it's so real. No, you tell people about that in this reality. So really the most important thing is this reality. That's the most important thing. This one. Not out of body or near-death experiences, none of that stuff. That's all stories and experiences. It's like a dream. That's how I look at it. And I'm not poo-pooing on it because I know some people have had those and they'll swear by it. But okay, great. But you're in this reality telling me about it. So Jody says, yes, and I don't like coming back. Well, why? What's wrong with this reality? Why don't you want to come? Why don't you like coming back? I don't know what's going on in your personal life, right? And I obviously, I have to live it out. All I can do is base my comment on my code and what I'm experiencing in my reality. And my reality is amazing. It's not red carpet. It's not unicorns and fluffy marshmallow clouds all the time. I don't see a rainbow bridge of Skittles all the time, but my life's pretty good. You know, like I've created this minimalistic environment. I live 2 blocks from the beach. I decided to do that, code or not. So for me, it's like I wake up, I can't wait to start my day. I want everybody to have that. When I do readings for people, I'm like, that's my job. My job is to show you your freaking Skittle rainbow bridge. So if you're someone who says, I don't want to ever come back, it's like, man, let's have a sit down. Let's look at your life. What's going on in your life? What's so shitty about it? Life's amazing, folks. Maybe you need to turn the static off. Maybe you need to, I see people, man. See people, what people send me. I get a lot of emails, a lot of people that I see what you're sharing. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I know what you're looking at. And you're literally, like I was just having this, I want to share something with you, right? Something really profound. I went to the beach today, and as I'm coming back, I saw my friend Claudio. He was picking coconuts from the tree on the street that lines the street. He's got his ladder and he's picking coconuts. So I'm like, hey, I hadn't seen him in a while. So I go over and I'm talking to him, and he was just, you know, he's so amazing of a guy. And he's just like, he's here in paradise and he's disconnected. And he's like, he was reminding me, he's like, yeah, the more you attach yourself to things, the more you weigh yourself down. And it's so true. The reason why I feel so free is because I don't pay attention to the Titanic submersible. I'm not even interested in that stuff because it nails me to the ground, right? I do enough of it decoding. But I feel free doing that because it's my job and responsibility. But you know, I wanted to share with all of you, you know what he said to me, which was really profound. He says, we were talking about somebody, and he mentioned, I had never looked at this before. He had mentioned that, oh, he's in a different cycle of life. He's in a different season. He's living in a different season. I was like, huh. Meaning that, think about this, ladies and gentlemen. I went and looked up the average lifespan for human beings. It's not that high. The highest lifespan for 2023, believe it or not, is Hong Kong. I don't know if those stats are correct. Hong Kong and Japan, 85 years. And women live longer. I would imagine because their testosterone level is not as high. But if you take 80 and you divide it by 4, which is the 4 seasons, it makes a lot of sense. From 0 to 20, that's your springtime, right? You're growing up. The flowers are blooming. Your hair's growing. Your teeth are coming in. Your bones are fusing together. That's your springtime. Then from 20 to 40, you're at summertime. It's party time. You're in your prime. You're out there. You feel indestructible. You feel immortal. And then you go from 40 to 60, and now you're in your fall time. And that's where you're going to get your midlife crisis, and you have to do, I'm in that overhaul stage of having to really pay attention to my body. And like, I've been taking care of myself my whole life, but hey man, I got a lot of miles on this thing because I'm living through 50 right now. One day I'm going to die. That's it. And then from 60 to 80, just going on average lifespans, that's your winter. And you start to die towards winter. It was so beautiful. I had never looked at ages and separated them into the 4 quadrants of the seasons. I was like, wow. So happy I got to talk to him today. And he gave me a couple coconuts. Pretty awesome. But where are you at? You know, like what season are you at with your age? Just going on averages, because some of you may live older, you know, so you'd have to divide it a little bit more. But if you think about the spring and the summer and going from 20 to 40, it makes a hell of a lot of sense, especially the summertime. From 20 to 40, you're like in your prime, you feel immortal. You can, you know, like back in the day, you know, you go party, you get up and do it all over again. You know, the body regenerates much faster. You know, cuts and bruises heal faster. And then once you start to hit fall time and winter time, shit slows down. And then it takes forever to do what it took simple to do. So anyway, it's pretty cool to look at that. I started off my fall season by having a baby. Yeah, I mean, that's so Tarot Energy says that's the distraction part of the submarine jargon. That's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, this whole reality is based on marketing. That's it. What is marketing? You see, you do marketing. All of you do marketing. When you go out to your job interview, you're marketing yourself. When you go fill out an application for a credit card, you're marketing yourself. That's what you're doing. You're constantly marketing or being marketed to. That's what this whole reality is based on. Markets. Marketing. Everything wants your attention. And it's a big Ponzi scheme. That's why whatever works for you, like if you want to go to a mega church and go sit there on a Sunday, like I've been to some cool mega churches. They're pretty badass. It's an archetype. I look at things as archetypes. So when I walk into this mega church, I know it's an archetype. It works for the same boss as the small little church down the street. It's just packaged differently. And it feeds the energy that gets we're taking this whole Ponzi scheme together here. That's why it doesn't matter what you follow. People say, look at the sheep. Oh, they just don't understand. Dude, you realize your energy's getting harvested too? Why would you even say that? Oh, because I know, because you figured it out. Congratulations. Because you're not a sheep anymore, according to your standards. And because, I woke up and so your energy's no longer being harvested. Wow, you're the only person in the world. Congratulations. Make sure you give me your address so I can send you a present. Freaking ridiculous. People are just... all humans. So Razel Hope says all humans are not from Earth. Maybe, but there's no way to prove it. You're here now. So the bigger question is, if you're not from Earth, why are you here? And then you know what you're going to come up with? You're going to come up with an idea, an opinion that you can't prove. Because you had a mom that you got squeezed out from her womb and you popped out as a baby and you've grown up and now you're here talking about it. But you're not from here though. So, okay, Razzle, you must be new. Razzle Hope here says, the only thing that makes life scripted is the lack of awareness. Okay, well, Razzle, I can assure you, my friend, I got 420 plus videos. You must be new, showing the complete opposite. I am completely aware of how this reality works. And this is just, there's plenty of people in this chat that are aware of how this reality works, yet they're finding their life is continually scripted out, day in and day out. See, no one gets a hall pass in this reality. It's all just fractals. You may graduate to a different tier, but you're going to be scripted and you're going to be controlled on that tier. I am not just giving that as my opinion. I have supported it through hundreds of videos. I'm not a regurgitator of someone's opinion that I read in a book. I support my research. I stand firm on it. So you must be new. That's totally fine. Welcome out. But you'll see, you'll start to see yourself here. Here's the bottom line, though, ladies and gentlemen, right? The bottom line is this. If you're new here, this is my bottom line, okay? Your truth, yours, is the only thing that matters. I don't live in your shoes. You don't live in mine. I don't have to wake up, pay your bills. You don't have to wake up and pay mine. I have no responsibilities tied to your life. You have none tied to mine. The only thing that matters is your reality. You're the star of your movie. That's it. You're on television, you're in a movie, you're having a screenplay, and you're an actor or actress. That's it. Those are my foundations. So if you're not on that foundational page, well, then we're miles apart in our beliefs. We just kind of call it a day. But your truth is the only truth that matters. Everybody here in this chat is right. This is one of the biggest things philosophically that I learned, and was one of the biggest earth-shaking movements in my life, is waking up to the fact that everybody living today is right. Now, I know some of you who say, no, there's no way. Well, then they would say the same thing about you and your truths. If you laid all your truths out on the table, you think you got it all figured out? Do you have everything checked off the box? Is it 100% accurate? If you say yes, then you're completely ignorant to how this reality works. None of us have it completely figured out. But the fact remains is if you laid all your truths out, you stand by those, because if you didn't stand by them, you wouldn't say them, you wouldn't own them, you wouldn't believe them. So the only thing that matters is your truth. You're the star of the movie. You're living out your screenplay, not mine. I'm just an extra in your movie. That's it. And I'm going to be a star in my own movie. And that's my final answer. Those are my foundations. So if you're not on that foundational piece, well, then we're kind of miles apart. We just call it a day. It's really simple. It just alleviates division and arguing and debating and all the things that we, as human beings, we all get caught up on trying to push. And I'm not immune to this. Like I've been very authentic by saying this. Like sometimes I get caught up in, defending my truths. And like, I don't need to do that. But my program, I have a lot of programming, a lot of years of doing that. So sometimes that wins out over just saying, hey, you know what? Just it's your truth, and that's the only truth that matters. That's right. Pamela says, enjoy your ride. That's it. Just enjoy your ride. That's it. We're all about loving here. This whole community, Decode Your Reality community, is all about love and gratitude. Gratitude above all else. And again, the foundation here, for me anyway, is your truth is all that matters, not mine. You got to find the truth in your life. I'm just a messenger showing you my truth. If you don't agree with my truth, totally fine. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't want you to believe everything that I believe, because if everybody just lived their life exactly the same way as I'm living my life, it would be boring. That's what makes life amazing. It makes it very colorful. And there's one thing that is very predominant in our reality. It's called variety. That's why there's not just one religion. There's over 10,000, because people get bored. But of course, the 10,000 religions are owned by the same energy. It gets like a Ponzi scheme. So there's no reason to argue, debate, like, oh, my God can beat up your God. It's this and that. It doesn't matter. It's all a Ponzi scheme. The whole lot of it. That's right. Neutrality wins the game. Flip mode 7. What does neutrality mean? Well, it means that you can look at what you call evil and you can just say, well, it's part of the code. You can look at the dirty laundry on the world stage and realize everybody's got a job to. You see, not everybody, this is again my truth, not everybody incarnated into this reality to be a good guy. Go study nature, folks. You think a shark is a good guy? You think a praying mantis is a good insect? You think a ladybug, which is a straight up killer, eats aphids alive? Imagine being born an aphid and you get plucked by a ladybug and you just get eaten alive by the ladybug. You're sitting munching on a rose bush, and next thing you know, you're sucked up by a ladybug and the ladybug's chewing on your head and you're dead in 5 minutes. That's what our reality is consisting of. But people are so concerned about trying to say this or that. Like, just go do you, folks. That's it. That's what makes this life so beautiful. Go do you. Let me do me. It's very simple here in this Decode Your Reality channel and community. Daniel's saying, is there such a thing as wrong or right decisions? Well, see, it's just a decision. We bolt on these adjectives to describe the subject, which is decision. I made a decision. How about just that? I made a decision. But then we say, I made the wrong decision. Why do we say that? And we'll tell people about that. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. This is how ridiculously scripted, just how ridiculous the human being experience is, right? When people are late for an appointment, they will 99.9, you'll see, you'll catch yourself. You'll be late for an appointment and you'll make an excuse when you get there. Sorry, I'm late. Traffic was bad. But do you brag when you're early? No, you don't. So is it the devil that made you late because it's bad? And God that made you early because it's good? No, you just got there not at the right time. The time you were scheduled to get there. There is just a decision, folks. And it's a wave. Our reality is based on waves, frequency, sound, and light. We just bolt on these adjectives using the spells that we speak, saying it was right or wrong. I'm not saying don't have morals and ethics. What I'm saying is that it's just a decision. And then we label it from there based upon what experience we have with the decision we make or what experience that we get. We base it on that. East 5 says, have you always been good at numbers and patterns? I've always been good at art. Always been artistic. Numbers, no. Math, I didn't even finish. I didn't even go into algebra. I couldn't stand math. Science, I got a C+ in, I think, if I remember. So it really wasn't my thing. It wasn't until I evolved and got into this next chapter of my life. And now, I'll just chalk it up to the God, the supernatural, whatever's running me. It's kind of holding my hand, and now everything's all synchronizing, and it's just so easy now to do. You have a lot of practice, right? So it's like a musician, practice, and then you can play with your eyes closed. So that's how I can remember and connect all the things I'm connecting. Kevin's asking, hey Logan, are you still vegan? No, I'm not. I'm plant-based, but I'm not vegan. I haven't been vegan for, I don't know how long it's been, maybe a couple years. But no, I've always gone by plant-based, even when I was, if you want to say vegan. But no. Good point. Errant Protocol says a person who's 6 feet tall versus a person 4 feet is going to see a different perspective. That's a great way to look at it. I love that you use the 6 and the 4. That's the codons in our DNA. 64 squares in a chessboard. That's the GD element that just see, our minds. Like, why did you choose the 6 and 4? It's just so awesome. I'm going to get on this health topic because I see some comments here, and I want to kind of give all of you my feedback on food regimens. I've been in health and wellness my whole life. I've been working out for over 30 years. Okay, that's a long, 30 years. I've been working out since I'm 50. I started working out when I was 16, and then I wasn't consistent when I went in the military at 19. That's when I hit the gym, and it was like love at first sight, and I haven't stopped. So over 30 years, I have experience in the gym. I've been part of a gym owner. I've been certified in nutrition, train people, et cetera, et cetera. And, then I went vegan in 2016, I think, and it jacked me up. I'm not gonna tell you, I'm gonna speak the truth to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not gonna BS and cut any corners here, but I'm gonna also tell you some things that you need to know about what I've experienced with this whole process of going vegan and et cetera, and having to kind of rethink things, et cetera. So, first and foremost, I want to tell all of you that your body needs about 91 nutrients every day. You need 16 minerals, 16 vitamins, your essential amino acids, the essential omegas. Okay. If you're not getting those are the raw materials. Well, then you can't say, well, I can't do this or I can't do that. Then you got to make sure you're producing enough stomach acid to break the food down, because you'll run into malnutrition. So there's that factor. Then you got to get your blood checked, right? I'm a huge fan of dark field microscopy to look at your blood, live blood analysis, checking out to see what it looks like, how it's flowing, those kinds of things as well. And then right now I'm going through a treatment. Big shout out to my friend Natalie here in Mexico. I'm doing this thing called NAET, and it's a form of kinesiology, and it tests for allergies that the body, is responding or not responding to. I mean, I can honestly tell all of you, just being super transparent, I was allergic to vitamin A, vitamin C. My blood wasn't producing stomach acid. I've had to work at it over 13 years. So I'm a big proponent of this, because and on top of that, subconscious, her and I have had these amazing discussions, and we've talked about you have all this genetic traits that have been passed down from lineage to lineage, from your family heritage. All the programming, all the beliefs, all the negative beliefs, all the positive beliefs, they've been kind of handed down. And, we're doing these kinesiology treatments to where I'm like, the subconscious mind, I had done one on the body wanting to be healthy, and it says, nope, I don't want to be healthy. How does a program get into your mind subconsciously where you don't want to be healthy? I don't know where it comes from, but my body tested negative for that. My body says, I don't want to be healthy. So I've had to remove that belief, saying, yes, my body wants to be healthy. And then once you remove that belief and you're now accepting the fact that you're deserving of being healthy and you're now wanting to be healthy, then your body starts to move into tune with this reality. It's a very, very interesting the whole treatment, the NAET, and there's practitioners all around the world, and you can't be anybody being a practitioner. You got to be, I think, a nurse or a doctor or something like that. You have to have some kind of degree to get certified in this practice of kinesiology. It's pretty fascinating. So I'm going through the treatments right now. So, I've had to reformat my whole eating habits. And on top of that, studying this reality, realizing people don't look at this reality. Natalie and I were just talking about plants and how plants give off toxins. Why do they give off toxins? Some of them. Why? It's a defense mechanism. Well, think about it, man. The plant doesn't want to get eaten. That's why it has a defense mechanism attached to it. Marijuana, if you're a fan of cannabis, how do you think the trichomes get onto the plant? It's the female having an orgasm. It's screaming out for the male. And then instantly and automatically it starts to bring those crystals called trichomes on the plant. That's a reaction the plant's having. So everything in this reality is alive. And everything in this reality that's alive doesn't want to die. We're killing machines, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new here, I've said this so many times, we are killing machines. Even if you could be the nicest person in the world, you are part of the killing machine. I know a lot of plant-based, I know a lot of vegans. They don't even realize the concepts of how this reality works. They think they know, but they don't know. And I'm not saying I know everything, but obviously I can tell, like I've done the research. What goes into, how do you make all these soybeans and beans and all the plants you love? You know those farmers, you know how many animals they kill off to make sure they protect the stuff that you're going to eat on your plate that you buy at the grocery store? You know how many animals and insects die just so you can have your vegetables? People don't take this stuff into consideration. But it's true. I'm not lying to you. This ain't just my opinion. This is a fact. If you stick your shovel in the ground to dig a garden, if you stick a shovel in the ground to plant your garden, do you realize you're killing organisms when you do that? You know that, right? You may cut right through an earthworm. Well, is your life more important than the earthworm? You would say, of course it is. Well, how are you to make that determination? Because it's in the ground? Because it can't build a building? Because it can't own a company? When I started to look at this whole reality, this reality is a generation, operation, destroy. That's what God means. Generate, operate, destroy. And it's endless. It is completely endless. Right now, and this is going to be a big win for people that like to consume meat, they're creating meat in laboratories. I've been following this for years. So you'll be able to have your meat without having to kill an animal. So it's a win-win for humanity, right? If you're somebody who's very sensitive, or like I can't sit there and slice a cow's throat and kill it. I can't. When I was a kid, I went fishing. Remember, as far back as I can go, I was just like, it was really hard for me to hold the fish. And the fish to me is like, out of any animal, the fish, you cut the head off right away. It doesn't even know. So ethically, the fish to me is the most sound animal if you're going to eat, because you don't have to sit there and bleed it out, put the gun to it. So a lot of these animals know they're going to get shot, right? So when you start to watch this stuff, and you start to see how they kill the animals, man, it gets really inhumane. I get that part, right? I'm all for the animals. I love animals more than I do humans. And the fish, when you cut that, it's not like you have to bleed out the fish. You don't slit the fish's throat, you cut the head off. So it's instant. They don't feel anything. And the fish are just going to regenerate. Like I'm sitting there at the beach. I went to the beach 2 days ago, and I'm sitting in the water, and this huge school of fish come around me, like thousands of them. Those are food. Either they're going to die and fall to the bottom, and then something's going to eat those things, like the shrimp and the lobster is going to get the bottom sediment, or that the fish is going to be food for something else. It's inevitable, folks. It's death and regeneration. It's inevitable. And if you want to say, well, I'm going to be vegan because I have care for the animals, and what about the insects that you're uprooting? What about when you wipe your ass because you use toilet paper, and all the trees that have to get planted, and all the animals that have to get removed for that, all the insects that have to get removed from that? Have you thought about that maybe? Some of the products that you use, the factories, the killing that goes in with that. Folks, it's inescapable in this reality. It's an ugly world that we live in, but it's so beautiful. So I'm not promoting going out there and being a way of life. I'm not saying you should do this or you should do that. All I'm throwing at you is to think about how this reality really works. And if you want to live your life a certain way and you want to go do that. But don't sit there and curse the person that's not, or try to judge the other person that's not doing it your way. And thinking like their way, well, you don't have it fit. Your way's not the right way. Everybody's way is right, folks. No one, you're on your own journey. There's no trophy to win at the end of this game, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing that's going to get pinned on your chest before you go 6 feet under in the casket, or before you go into the burner to get put into the urn. You don't get a ribbon for this life, And we can theorize on it all we want about, the afterlife, and you're going to do this, and yeah, absolutely. And I've been saying, like, make sure, for me, it's like, check the things off the box, be a good person, be service to others. I'm all for that. Equality and, everybody's the same and all that. I'm all for that. And I'm all for, animals and not being inhumane and the factory farm and all that stuff. I'm not a fan of that stuff because I know what goes into that stuff. But I've watched too many videos. I've watched too much stuff to and see how this reality works. There's a really amazing documentary or movie you should all watch. It's called The Biggest Little Farm. Go watch that. If you go to Yosemite National Park, it is an ecosystem. If you removed all the humans off the planet, you know what would still continue to happen? Predator prey. It's never ending, folks. And it's from this level in the three-dimensional space all the way down to the cells of your body. It's predator prey all over the place. Checking out your comments now. Thanks for everybody for listening to that long rant. Cal is asking, have I been tested for the MTHFR gene? I don't even know. No, I haven't. I do apple cider vinegar every day, or try to, at night before I go to bed. Love it. I'm not a big vinegar fan, but I know it's good for me, so I take that. Shai is asking, how do you remove the programs you don't want? Focus on the programs you do. See, if you before I got into all this esoteric stuff and as a trainer, I went through this whole personal development stage of my life, and I became, I didn't like using the word life coach because it's so watered down, and I preferred to use it. It was, life strategist. So I would help people utilizing all the protocols of nutrition and psychology and all the things I learned, right? But your life is a strategy. And if you lay all your habits out on the table and you start to look at them, you're going to start to see that some of these habits that you do on the daily are making you decay faster. They're taking you down faster. But yet you continue to do them every day. From the simplest little things to the more complex things. And I've used this example many times, and I'm going to say it one more time, like brushing my teeth. The bottom right-hand side of my gums, they're starting to erode. Why? Because for so many years, I would throw my toothbrush in the bottom right-hand side before anywhere else when I brush my teeth. So that got the most action. So I consciously became aware of that habit, and I stopped doing that, and I started putting my toothbrush on the top of my teeth or the bottom of my teeth, not on the sides. And now I'm consciously aware of that. See, that is changing the course of your programming. Observing it. So if you want to change the programming in your life, focus on the programming you want to change. Like focus on the things you want to have happen in your life. But see, most people won't do that because they are conformed to the things they do on the daily. Even if it kills them faster, they'll still do it because it's easy. People like easy street. Apple cider vinegar takes care of your stomach acid. I will disagree 1000%. It does not. Apple cider vinegar is great for the stomach acid, but the stomach acid needs raw materials to generate. One of them is sodium chloride. Sodium chloride is necessary to create stomach acid. And then your body has to absorb it. So it's great to take it, but if you're not, like if you test all the supplements you're taking, I will bet some of the supplements you're taking, your body's not even absorbing them. So you're just pooping it out. And you're wasting your money. Your body may be even allergic to the things you're taking, and you don't even know it. But it sounds good on paper. Right? So that's why I'm a huge fan of doing the kinesiology and the NAET program, because it tells you, your body tells you whether or not it's going to take it or not. And you got to get the raw materials. Jody's asking, does our favorite number have any meaning? Of course it does. But you got to start decoding your life. You can't. I get a lot of people asking me, like, I'm seeing this number, I'm seeing that. Okay, great, but you got to decode your whole life. It's gonna fit. It's gonna fit somewhere in that equation. What your cards are, there's so many ways to break this code down, but you got to look at your code. So your favorite number, yes, of course. But folks, you can decode your social security number, break it all the way down to a single digit. Your phone number, what's your phone number? Broken down to a single digit, down to a double digit. That's going to have meaning. What's the phone number you previously had? What's the address you're living at? The number on your house. The full numerology of your address. The full numerology of the hospital you were born in. The phone number of the hospital you were born in. The doctor who gave you birth. All of these will be part of your code if you can find them. Do I do fasting? I sure do. I do intermittent fasting quite a bit. I don't eat a lot of food anymore. I used to be a lot bigger, but I just don't do the calories. Eating is like every time, just think of it this way. Okay. Very simple analogy. The car that you drive, what depreciates it? Driving it, right? Every time that odometer puts another mile on when you buy a used car, what do you say? What's the first thing you probably look at? How many miles are on it? No one wants to buy a car with 300,000 miles on it. But if it's got 25,000, oh shit, it's brand new. It's just getting broken in, right? Same thing. Convert that to your body. How many miles you got on this thing? Every time you start your engine, the car depreciates. Every time you move the organs in your body decays much more. Depreciates. You move closer to death. So eating does make you move closer to death. I don't care if you eat the cleanest vegan raw diet there is. When you eat, the digestion has to move. You put miles on the body, you decay faster. So for me, it's just, naturally I just haven't been eating as much food anymore. I don't count calories. I do eat super clean though. I eat more plants than anything else. A lot of salad, a lot of green peas, a lot of cucumbers. I do a lot of vegetable smoothies. Before I did this podcast, I had celery, cucumber, grapefruit, pineapple, cilantro, ginger, and then I made that with beet juice, apple juice, carrot juice, lemon juice. That was my liquid juice poured into the blender with all those raw materials. It's like 48 ounces, and I destroy it. I just drink it down. I have usually one of those a day. It's called a double. I call it double green, double red. It's in my program, my Green Box Detox. And I'm a huge fan of it. Like, those are alive foods. So they will make you, it's a little bit slower of a decay process, but every time you eat, folks, you move the digestion. Stuff's got to move, squirt, everything, it's all making you decay quicker. But I do fasting for sure. I love fasting. Oh, I can tell all of you this. I'm a huge fan of hydrogen. Some of you have heard me talk about this. I've done a podcast on the hydrogen. I just bought a brand new molecular hydrogen machine made in the United States, made in Utah, and I'm going to get that when I go to LA. And I'm going to bring it back here. And this hydrogen machine specifically is like you put the tubes and you breathe it in. Okay, you breathe it in and it's supposed to be very therapeutic. Now, I'm not going to prematurely tell you what brand it is, or I'm going to do a test run on it. And if it goes the way I think it's going to go, I will promote it. I'm not going to get anything from it. I just want to help you. If you're somebody who's a fan of molecular hydrogen, and this machine only costs $800. So it's a third of the price of the other machine that I bought two of. I've gotten two of those. And I don't even have them. My parents have my other one. So this one produces even more hydrogen than the other one I bought. That's 3 times the price. So I'm really hopeful that this one that I'm going to be taking back here to Mexico will work really, really good. And I'm a huge fan of, hydrogen peroxide therapy and now the molecular hydrogen. So I'll let all of you know how it's going to go. No, I'm not coming to Utah, Lisa. The machine was made in Utah, or it is made in Utah. What are my thoughts on peptides? I love peptides. I used to be a huge proponent of peptides. When I used to do coaching and personal training and all that stuff, I was big into hormone replacement therapy back in the day, like when I was much bigger and I was all into that stuff. Peptides, I was like a mad scientist with that stuff. Like I was all into, all the main peptides. The GRF129 and the GHRP, if you know what I'm talking about. They work amazing because peptides are not like growth hormone. Growth hormone is like a synthetic secondary source of raising your IGF levels. But when you take peptides, that basically turbocharges your own endocrine system and it produces and ups the levels so you're naturally producing. So it's kind of a precursor or something that kind of tells your body like, let's go, let's produce it. And they work amazing. Like I've had amazing results with those. So I'm a huge fan of peptides. Someone's asking, how does the lattice of coincidence factor in your daily reality? I'm not sure if you're asking me that question. I have no idea what that is. The lattice of coincidence? It's something new. I've never heard of that. What's up, Maya? See, Maya takes her dogs and cats to a holistic vet who does kinesiology. Kinesiology is amazing. For as long as I can remember, even my mom and when I was growing up as a kid, I used to live in Connecticut. I'd go to Hartford. There was this kinesiologist. His name was Dr. Ben, and he healed my scoliosis. I had a small, slight case of scoliosis. He healed it, doing these really weird exercises, and then he would just drop pills on my stomach. You'd raise your arm, and you'd resist the pressure of him pushing down on your arm, and he would just drop the pills to tell you how many pills you need, or supplements. So in this case, it wasn't pharmaceutical drugs; it was always supplements. And I remember doing that from when I was a young kid. And I've just, just been a fan of like natural healing all my life. But this is a whole different thing, man. The NAET is amazing. What does my LDL, HDL look like? My stuff's, I just had my blood tested. My stuff's all in sync right now. It's just that my, I had, and I've said this before, I had gotten what's called macrocyte anemia. There's many factors that have gone into that. But one of them was when I went vegan, I'm not blaming it on that. I want to make that very clear. I'm not blaming my circumstances or what has happened to me on that. Okay, because I don't want to deter anybody away from that whole lifestyle and regimen. But that is what happened to me. And it's been a really challenging few years to get this figured out. So I'm really hopeful to move into a different way of living. So. Oh, yeah, thanks everybody for all the great comments on Grady. Grady, I call him Grady Monster. What a gift. I mean, when in 2020 I found him on the side of the road. I was out doing my 4 or 5 mile walk, and I was going by this, and it was on Route 17 of all places, right? Life equals 17, the star 17. And I heard this, it was like all these high bushes, maybe like 4 feet high. And I just heard this meowing. And I went over there and I looked, and there was this little, he was a little baby, little gray kitten. And he wouldn't come to me. And it was like at a rest stop. It was like on the North Carolina, South Carolina border. So like it was right near the rest stop. And I obviously wasn't going to leave it there, but it wouldn't come to me. So I called my mom. My mom came out, and we finally got it to come out, and the rest is history. So called him Grady because he was gray. He turned out to be a Russian blue, and he's just an amazing guy. And he's like all over my mom. So he's like my mom's little guy, but yeah, got to save his life, And of course, he saves our lives because we adopt him as pets, and then we get to see him grow, and it's just so beautiful. But he's a beautiful guy, and it's really grateful to have him. Someone's asking, that's not my forte. S&P 500 making all-time highs by the end of the year? Not a clue. I don't study the stock market. Jordan's the guy to go watch and go take his course. He's the guy to go take his course and learn. He's the one who's all into that stuff. I just ride his coattails, and I do it very minimally because, like, I got crypto, but I don't ever pay attention to it. I just let it sit there. It's like I'm too busy creating and biofeedback. Yeah. Big shout out to my friend, Eli English from Atlanta. She wants me to come and do the biofeedback machine. I want to. Love all that stuff. Connor says betaine HCl for stomach acid. Been there, done that, bro. Got a bottle in my room. If you got to take betaine, that means your body's not producing stomach acid. A lot of people, they get heartburn or they have GERD. It's because they don't produce enough stomach acid. And I speak from experience. So if you got to take betaine, well, that means your body's not working properly. And that's a Band-Aid. So the big thing is like treat the origin, which is probably the raw material. Your body's not getting the raw materials or absorbing the raw materials to create stomach acid. And again, one of the big ones is sodium chloride, salt. Someone's asking about spirulina. I love that stuff. I actually right now, and I'm going to get some more. I take Sun chlorella tablets. The brand Sun. It's from Japan. Sun chlorella. It's a little bit on the pricey side. They come in tablets. That's what I take. I can't stand the smell or taste of raw spirulina. I actually like blue-green algae a lot too. You can get that in tablet form. Powder. I like the powdered form. They have a freeze-dried one. I've tried that. That works really good. I love all that stuff. So I just do like 6 tablets a day of the Sun chlorella. The tablets, they're small. They're really tiny. But I do about 6 a day. But I do a lot, man. I got my Natrello multivitamins. I got a green and red powder in the freezer. I do a scoop of those, every other day or something. I mean, you can just take so much, right? I do a lot of juicing. There's a fresh juicer right down the street, literally 2 minutes from here. Coconut water. I drink 3-4 times a day. Like I had one today right from the tree. Coconut water. That's the benefit of living here in Mexico. One of the reasons why I'm here is for my health. Not a lot of distractions. It's healthier. When you're a minimalist, to me anyway, it's healthier. It's a healthier way of living. Yes, I do remember I have that Decode shelf, Logan's Run. I've watched the movie twice, and that's all about having everything you want, and then realize. And the age is like you can only be 30, and then that's it. You're dead, and you go cash your chips in, and it's leaving that city and going outside the city walls. That's why it's on the run. So there is some pretty interesting aspects to that movie. Somebody's saying about Sarah says I work at a biological dental office. Awesome. They use a biofeedback machine to see which quadrant to work on. That's the other thing, like I'm learning all this new stuff. Well, I tested, obviously I have a lot of tattoos, right? My whole arm is sleeved. Well, guess what? No good. Because this is all tied to points, meridians. Didn't look at it that way. So I have to correct all this stuff that I've done. I got to work on it through kinesiology. So it's a process, right? I'm 50 right now, so I'm doing this overhaul. As healthy as I've been my whole life, it's just natural. The body ages, things break, things do this. You got to fix. You got to go in and do this. You got to go in and do that. So I'm really paying. That's another reason why I'm here in Mexico. My life is slow paced, no pressure, right? Slow paced. Take care of myself. Take care of other people. Allows me to live a really grandiose life. I'm not keeping up with the Joneses. I'm not out there trying to, be flashy. It's been a very rewarding few years being here in Mexico. I'd say that. One of the best decisions I've ever done is coming here. Urine therapy, no. Not for me. I drank my urine one time. It was 2 sips and that was it. Never again. See, this is my take on it. This is just my take on it. Urine is a waste product. That's all I'm going to say. That's why it comes out of your body. Okay? It filters through the kidneys and then it comes out of your body. The body doesn't need, otherwise you wouldn't piss. So to me, it's a waste product. I know there's benefits. People say, but I'll get my benefits somewhere else. That's just me. I don't grow any of my own food. I don't have the space for it, but there are plenty of people around this area that do. But I tell you, like, I don't know what the next stage of my life is. If I'm going to get into a different environment, living environment, I would totally be open to, getting a space where I can have a yard. And if I had a yard, I would definitely have garden. It's like my sister. My sister, she grows stuff in the garden. She's a big garden person, So I would, for sure. If I had a backyard, if you have a backyard and you can grow food, that's what I would, it's free food. You're saving, you're like literally, it's free food. You just got to spend the money on the gardening, and you just got to make sure you tend to it and take care of it a little bit. But it's fun. It's you ground when you get out there. There's a lot of benefits to gardening. And if you don't want to garden, just find somebody in your neighborhood that will do it. Pay them to do it. Just tell them, hey, you can use my backyard, and let them, and you can split the vegetables. Yeah, urine when clear tastes like coconut water. You know what? To me, never forget the day I did it. I urinated in this Talenti. You know the Talenti gelato. Those of you in the U.S., those Talenti gelato, the clear containers. They have the brown top. That's what I had urinated in. It took me like hours to actually get the guts to taste it. And it smelled like popcorn or something. I don't know. It was weird, but never again. I'm like, it ain't worth it. Some things, nope. I'll just get my health somewhere else. I haven't studied any of the Ashayana Dean's work. No. What are my thoughts on churros? Churros, I mean the food. I'm imagining you're talking about the food. Churros. I haven't swam in the Gulf Stream of Mexico. No. I don't have a citizenship here. I just go back every 6 months. It's easy peasy. It gets me a chance to travel, see my family. I love this country. I love Mexico. I'm super grateful to be here. The people are awesome. It's a simplified life. It's unless you go to somewhere like, if you go to Tulum, like Tulum right now is booming. So you go down to Tulum, which is a huge hotspot, and it's going to be a completely different environment. It's going to be an environment, you're going to hear a lot of construction going on, a lot of buzzsaws, a lot of jackhammers, a lot of nails being driven in, a lot of concrete being stamped. It's just noisy down there because Tulum is an upcoming place. I live in a very small fishing village. Just like 15 minutes south of the airport of Cancun and Playa del Carmen. I live in a very small town, and it's a very slow, like you go outside at 10 o'clock at night and everybody's in bed. The streets are empty. It's a very small town. So for me, it's perfect. I'm a hermit. I do my own thing. I'm very independent. I got my routine. I live 2 blocks from the beach. So, I mean, I'm just enjoying this ride as long as I can and see what happens after that. What do I say about the Black Wall Street? What do I say about the economy? Well, I mean, the Fed now's rolling out this month, right? Like, I don't keep up with this stuff. Like, I know that the stuff's happening, but I don't keep up with it. For me personally, when you don't pay attention to the mainstream, your life gets better. There's like, if you tune into the mainstream and it's mostly dirty laundry, right? It's designed to keep you sucked in and designed to feed off of you, and it's designed to keep you in fear. So if you know something's coming for like 6 months, like it's 6 months projection, you know something's happening and you're scrambling, you're living in a heightened state of fear, you're in fight or flight for 6 months. I don't want to live my life like that. I'd rather be ignorant. I'd rather not pay attention to it and deal with it when it comes here. Because I have 6 months of no fear. I have 6 months of no fight or flight. I have 6 months of peace in my life. And then if something happens and I got to do some changes, then I'll make the changes when I cross that bridge. But for me, I don't really pay attention to the mainstream all that much anymore. It's going to happen with or without me. Samantha's asking about symbiotic relationships. What kind of things should you be looking for connecting? In which way, Samantha? I'm not sure what you mean, symbiotic relationships. Can you be a little more in depth on that question? Oh, and Wall Street was asking, Black Wall Street, do you think Biden's going to croak? One day he will. One day you're going to croak. So the question is, do I think you're going to croak one day? Do you think I'm going to croak one day? Of course. See, I'm more concerned about me croaking than him. Because I don't have to live in his shoes. He doesn't invite me to dinner. He doesn't buy me presents. Doesn't know my birthday. Why should I even care about giving any energy to him? It doesn't mean his life, it doesn't mean he's not important. He's got a big role. Right? He's got a big role in the world stage, but it's not, I'm an extra in his movie. I don't want to be an extra in somebody's movie. I want to be the star. So when I turn off the mainstream, I become the star of the movie. When I turn the mainstream off and I start to give my opinions and I start to get into that whole topic and I start to talk about it, chat about it, share those stories, guess what I become? An extra. I'm no longer a star anymore. I'm just some walk-on in their movie that no one knows. I don't want to be that in this reality. Yes, I live in Puerto Morelos. All right, let's see how many people we got here, and I'll do some sneak peek stuff. See, my numbers are way down. It's interesting. Or I should say our numbers, because it's everybody here. But it is the summertime, too. So a lot of people are out partying, doing their thing. All right, let me... let's see. Let me show you guys a couple of things. Here we go. So first thing I want to show you is this. So as I think most of you should know, I have, no, not that one. I have if you want to support, this whole Decode Your Reality family, in this channel and all the work I do, I don't monetize my channel. I try to keep it commercial free. Sometimes some do pop up because I do use music that's not mine, and that's why the commercials are there. But I don't monetize it because I don't like to have commercials pop up when I'm engrossed in something. But so this is how you can support this whole movement as my store here, right? And there's more t-shirts coming, but I got a lot. I have I have vegan apparel. If you go to the vegan section, if you're a fan of veganism, I have some vegan t-shirts. I have kids. I have hats. I got some cool hats. These are all embroidered. Okay, these are trucker hats. They're really, really good. All this stuff's good quality because I own it all. I got mugs, and they're not. I'm charging Walmart prices. I'm not gouging people. They're a couple bucks profit on this stuff. It's not a lot, just to make it worth my while to get this stuff done. I get all the smiley stuff. If you want to get smiley, I have embroidered. I have the classic, and the difference between the classics and the vintage, these are more of cottony, like a classic feel of a t-shirt. The vintage are a little bit more relaxed fit, but I got all the smiley faces here on all the colors, bigger ones, smaller ones. I got them all here. So if you're somebody, I do have a women's section. The unisex is, these are the vintage ones are a little bit softer of a feel. I got my Pretending to Be Human, Professional Manifest. These are these are the things I've kind of come up with as being a creator, spiritual entrepreneur, all these great t-shirts and taglines. I got a whole bunch more coming out, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're interested in maybe some t-shirts. We got the eye, the pyramid here, which if this is not evil, folks, if you know what this means. So if you want to support this channel, go to cosmicsugar.store, and you can, come here, you get a limited edition human t-shirt, and some of these high level ones that I have, the bestseller ones, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to go ahead and support that. But the reason why I'm showing that is because I had come up with this t-shirt after my Scripted Reality Part 10, and it was on Grady, right? And I just thought it was hilarious. So I'm thinking about making a t-shirt that says my cat is a Jesuit. Which I'll probably do the dog too. I just got to get it. I may throw it up there, but of course, may not be your cat. I want to be able to customize these for everybody, but everybody has a different cat. So if you have a cat specifically and you have a photograph that's on a white or black background that's high quality and you want me to customize it for you, I can do that. I will do that for you. If you want to do a customized t-shirt with exactly your cat on there, I can do that for you. Yes. I will do that for you, just to be able to help people out, to promote this. I just think it's hilarious right here. I just think it's pretty damn funny, right? That my cat's a Jesuit or my dog's a Jesuit, right? So there's that. Okay. So enough of that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump into some sneak peeks here. Okay. And this is not even a decode, but I just threw a few slides together here, and I want to talk about Neptune. I want to talk about Poseidon. I want to talk about the ruler of the Piscean age. And, I thought it was really interesting that this right here, the ruler of hell, is 49, and the 49th card of the tarot is the Queen of Cups, which is I got this awesome illustration by Ricky Romero, the Queen of Hearts. And as you know, what's the Alice in Wonderland? The Queen of Hearts, off with her head. So the Queen of Cups converts into the Queen of Hearts, and the numerology is cups and hearts is exactly the same, 57. And this is why you're in hell. You're in the Truman Show. And the queen, all the queens, by the way, if you take the Queen of Hearts, the Queen of Clubs, the Queen of Diamonds, and the Queen of Spades, and you add them all up, you get 126. That's the iodine. That's the I am. It's part of the feminine aspect. Earth is feminine, right? Because it grows. It gives birth to things. Gaia. So in this context, you're in it. You're in hell. It's the movie. You got to make heaven out of it. And it's just so interesting here that the ruler in Alice in Wonderland becomes the Truman Show. Okay? And so that leads into Neptune, Poseidon. I'm going to go with Poseidon because that precedes Neptune. Neptune is a Roman name. Poseidon is a Greek name where it originated from. And I like going to the origins as best as I can. And someone had posted a comment. I want him to talk about Aquaman. Well, you're getting it. Aquaman is tied to Poseidon. See, ladies and gentlemen, I went back as far as I could, and I was like, okay, the discovery of Neptune, you're going to have some other people. But I went back, you go here, this is right off of the information I got, and it was Galileo So it says some of the earliest recorded observations was from Galileo in 1612, December 28th. So, of course, I used that as my base for the astrological map. And here it is, right here. This is December 28th, 1612. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Poseidon is literally on top of Zeus and vice versa. They're literally at the same degree in the sign of Virgo. Now, I don't have the exact time. This is based on midnight. So the houses may not be accurate, but the zodiac sign will. And this is how crazy scripted this reality is, folks. Crazy. The first known discovery by Galileo, 1612, December 28th, you got Neptune right on top of Jupiter. And I want you to take into consideration that in the Greek mythology, the three that rule this reality is Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Those are the three. Pluto got the underworld, Hades got the underworld, Poseidon got the waters, and Zeus got the heavens. Those are the three in the story, right? And as fate would have it, this is how crazy scripted this is. That Neptune's right on top of Jupiter. And they're in the 12th nakshatra, in the 6th sign of Virgo. And here's the devil, folks. Because Virgo is the 6th sign and carbon is the 666 element. And the 12 is tied to the hangman. And the 12 is tied to the last number in the zodiac. Unless you include the 13. Now, Virgo is ruled by Mercury. It's ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is down here in the sign of Sagittarius, which Zeus rules. So there's a big connecting point right here, and it's right there with the sun. Okay, they're combust, as they call this, side by side. So Sagittarius is ruled by Zeus, but Zeus is hanging out right on top of Poseidon on the discovery of Poseidon itself. How about that? And then Pluto, Hades, is in the first sign of Aries, the ram, and it's in the nakshatras. Bharani is the god Yama, which is Pluto. So the trifecta of these three in Greek mythology are literally in your face right here. And, you know, like, again, I can't say the houses are going to be accurate, but these are so in your face right here. And this is the devil's pitchfork. And there's the trident by Neptune. What do you think? And remember, you're in the age of Pisces. We may be leaving that now. I don't even know if we're still there. But, you know, it's in the sign of Virgo. Right across the way is Pisces. Poseidon is the ruler of Pisces. If you bring back, you know, some people say, well, it's Zeus and Poseidon. Well, it's straight up Poseidon. Okay? Straight up Poseidon. And right across the way is Black Moon Lilith in the sign of Pisces, which is Poseidon is ruling over that. So the discovery is in the sign of Virgo across having a symbiotic relationship with its own domicile house of Pisces. And there's the Black Moon Lilith. And if you know what Black Moon Lilith is all about, it gets really, really interesting. And the pitchfork of the devil is the trident of Neptune. So it goes a little bit further, ladies and gentlemen. And this is where you're going to get the whole aspect of theology, if you're a fan of that. And that's script. Because you see, ladies and gentlemen, we are seemingly moving into this age right here, or already have moved into it. Now, what you're looking at here is Mars, the ruler of Aries, and that's fire. Aries is a fire sign. So here are the four elements now. Okay, this is going to represent the Old Testament in the Bible. That's why there was a lot of killing going on, because it was ruled by iron, Mars, and the god of war. That's why there was a lot of wars and the walls of Jericho and killing the firstborn, and you better do this or you're going to get taken out, or yada, yada, yada. Okay? It was all fire, Aries, and Mars ruled. Then you go into the New Testament, and now comes in the boss of Poseidon. And Zeus, of course, is ruling the heavens, so these share this in a lot of these aspects through astrology. I say Poseidon is the sole ruler of Pisces. Well, lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, Pisces is a water sign. And what is Poseidon ruling over? The waters. See how amazing this is? And this is the New Testament. And the New Testament represents, through the division of Daniel, it's the iron and clay, because you have the Old Testament mixing with the New Testament, and these will not mix, it says, because fire and water don't mix. You see how the elements, how beautiful this is. This is why it says in the New Testament in Revelation that the water and the clay will not mix. Daniel. The iron and clay won't mix. Yeah, because it's fire and water. Mars will not mix with Poseidon. And so these are going to be eliminated, and that's why it says there will be no more sea. Poseidon runs the sea. Poseidon obviously has the pitchfork and the representations of the devil for this age. So the Piscean age is going bye-bye, which to me is going to mean all religion. Bye-bye, see you later. Don't need it. And then you're now moving into the air age of Aqua. And it will be ruled by Uranus, who rules electricity. And then when this age ends, you're then going to move back into an earth sign ruled by Kronos and the sign of Capricorn. This sign right here of Aqua and air is why technology is advancing so rapidly. It is why you will have healing on the body so rapidly, because Uranus rules technology. So in this air age right here of Poseidon and Pisces, this is why they wore the fish hats in the Vatican. It was all cherished to Poseidon and the trident. And obviously this is the W here as well. Okay. This is the symbol of Alfa Romero, I think. It's a lot of symbolism here. But this is going to move us towards hydrogen and electricity, because hydrogen is representing the sun, which is across the way, which is in Leo. This is going to be the age of the Christ. This is why Jesus came in the sign of Pisces and said, my kingdom is not part of this world, because he was talking about, or it was talking about, or the allegorical story was talking about moving into the age of Aquarius. This is where it says, follow me into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. There's the symbolism right there. So Aqua is an air. You're moving. You're going to have telekinesis. I'm telling you, you're going to be able to read people's minds. You're going to form telekinesis. This is why there's no secrets anymore, folks. This is why, but you're going to get into the Minority Report and crime prevention. You're moving into a perfected state of reality because there's no hiding things anymore. Across the way, and this is maybe where you're going to get the sun having its flares. The sun being, what's the word I'm looking for? The sun, when it releases solar flares. But ladies and gentlemen, this is why the flood came during this time. Okay, the flood. Well, guess what's coming this time? It ain't water. It ain't water, folks, coming this time for the reset. Okay? It's not water. This is why you get the mud flood. Mud is made by water. Okay? Poseidon. All right? You're now moving into Uranus, air, and electricity and fire. All right? That's what we're moving into for the next however long these ages last. And then we'll eventually move back into the earth and Kronos. That's why this says right here, there'll be a new heaven and new earth. 21 is tied to the world card. That's an Aquarius equals 21 in numerology. This is all telling you this. The Bible is just astrology. That's all it is. It's just in a different format. Okay? But there are the four elements, and these are going bye-bye. The book of Daniel, I've broken down the book of Daniel. Go check out my visions. The vision by Daniel. This is what this whole thing means. You're moving into the age of Aqua, Uranus, and cryptocurrency. Okay? That's the age of the Christ. All right? And you're going to have fire here to deal with as well with the Leo forming that symbiotic relationship. Okay? And this is, basically what it's looking like. And is this where you're going to get the removal of the devil, right? That energy. Because it says, Satan will be put up into the abyss. What is that? It doesn't mean a boogeyman's going to be chained and there will be no longer anything like that. That's not what it means. But I definitely think that you're going to have a clearing of space. And, if you follow theology, it says there will be a time of peace. If you follow that script, right? It's not the only script playing out, folks. It's just one. It's not the only one. That's why I'm a fan of all of them and none of them at the same time. Okay? So that's what this stuff means right here, ladies and gentlemen. And, and then I got this decode coming out right here. Architect of the Universe, Part 5. This will be my last Architect of the Universe. The last one. This is my last one, and I got a lot of information on this, going deeper and deeper into this. Don't think that your life's just going to be free because you're going to remove perhaps the pitchfork. It's going to be a different age. But these are obviously kind of no-brainers here. And just the discovery of Neptune, Poseidon here being right on top of Zeus, and it being these three being the form of what runs this reality. Just amazing. Just really kind of amazing how all this stuff kind of synchronizes up together and all that stuff. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That was my short and sweet there. T-shirt. Support the Cosmic Sugar brand. All right. So there you go. Bam. That was fun. So those are my little sneak peeks. I got so many decodes I'm working on right now. So there you go, folks. So I'm going into your comments. You get solar flash, EMP. Folks, this is, if you look at everything that I just described with the sun and Uranus teaming up together, it's kind of something's coming. But I don't fear it because life is eternal, right? That's it. Like if it's your time, it's your time. If you make it, you make it. If there's tough times, there's tough times. I don't worry about that stuff because I live in the moment. I want to live peace. I want to have harmony in my life. There was a time in my life when I was focused on the pole shift and I was running from this and worrying about that. And it was like fight or flight. That is not a fun way to live in the background of my life. I've set that aside now. I still look at that stuff, but I don't take it as serious anymore because it's a possibility. Maybe nothing happens. Maybe absolutely nothing happens. And life just goes on. And we look back and we're like, what happened? Nothing happened. All right. So thanks everybody for checking out my sneak peek and my take on the age and the ages and what we're moving towards. And will I decode Star Wars? I have Star Wars sprinkled in some of my earlier decodes, like Darth Vader and Yoda and Luke Skywalker and all that stuff. It's just so funny. I haven't done a straight decode on it though. Bones, did you say these shirts are made from cotton? The classic, there's a category called classics. Those are cotton. If you go to the vintage, it is a blend of 20% polyester or something like that. I prefer those because they have a softer feel. I'm not a fan of 100% cotton because they're just a little bit more tighter and crisper. Although I do like those shirts. I own them all. Like all the shirts I have, I own them all, or I have owned them all. So I don't offer anything unless I have owned it and worn it and put it through the wash and dryer. So I prefer the vintage than over the classic, but the classics are the cotton ones. It'll say it on the description. When you click on the shirt, it'll have the actual description of what it's made from. So you just got to look. I was decoding Dolores Cannon. Hold on, I'll let me just pull this up. I'll tell you right now on the fly. She is the 4 of diamonds, I think. Oh, let me see. April 15th. I was looking at her code. 6 of diamonds. Dolores Cannon is the 6 of diamonds, which is card 32, right? And if you just convert that into, she's tapping into past life. Okay? Why the 6 of diamonds is so special? Because it's the 32nd card in the deck. And when you convert that into the way water works, water at 33 degrees turns into a liquid. And then when you turn it into 32 degrees, it turns into a solid, which represents matter. She's tapping into matter, the Akashic records, et cetera, et cetera. She's born on the 15th. That 15 is huge. The number of 15. It's huge. It's tied to Lucifer, Phosphorus, the light bringer. It's not what people think it is. People have it pegged to this evil, and then you know, if you hear people start saying, "Oh, Luciferian and satanic," you may want to think twice about listening to those people. Tarot energy, I have not studied any of Ashayani Dean's work, no. Yeah, the Akashic records, ironically, tied to Poseidon, tied to Uranus. Here it is. Card 41. 41 is the 13th prime number. So you have that card and then this one. These two kind of go together through mathematics. What is the King of Hearts in the tarot? The 50th card in the deck. What is 50? Tied to the I Am. This is tied to the Akashic records. 41. The word Elohim equals 41. Let us make man in our image. Then you bring theology into that. 2 is duality. 2 means contract. 41 is the 13th prime number. 41 is tied to the word Moscovium. Moscovium, according to Robert Lazar, is used for UFO propulsion. Got that coming out in my area 51. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to throw something out there really wild. Pretty wild what I'm going to tell you right now. It's far out there. And this, I'm going to talk about this with Bashir's on our Let's Talk About Underground Aliens. There's a possibility, and we cannot rule this out, there's a possibility that our creation was from something here on Earth, and it was from aliens. Now, some of you, you know, I see people, oh, aliens don't exist. You can't prove that. You cannot prove that they don't exist. You can't. You have an opinion on it. That's totally fine. I respect that. But it is an unprovable, non-supported opinion. You can't support it. You can't prove it. And I know people can say, oh, you know, this fake alien. I've talked about this fake alien invasion. Yeah. I've talked about it myself. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I've studied so much stuff. There's a lot of stuff I don't release to all of you. I just keep it because it's so hard to put it into the context. So hard to, it takes a lot to do these slides. I like to make them nice and pretty for all of you. This is my artistic flair. But I got notes and notes and notes. I got notes of stuff I'm working on that I just haven't shared. That would blow your mind. The possibilities of where our origins came from. See, we've been programmed with this. We came from the dirt and we came from the Spirit of God and we came from the rib of Adam. And a lot of us in the Western world through the age of Pisces were programmed with that story. That's what you were programmed with. That's your foundation. But that just may not be true. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying it's possible it isn't true. From 1 + 1 = 2. That's what I will say. Yeah, I mean, folks, look, I did the 92D. Look it. If you do your history search, now, and this is where it can get convoluted. Just because something has antiquity doesn't mean that it has leadership over other things. I mean, if you ask Jason Bashir, who's a chronologist who studies a hell of a lot of history, and you ask him, do you think everything you're studying in history is true? And he'll tell you, no. It's been fabricated in the sense of that word. But if you remove the fabrication, it's just a creation in the timeline of our reality as an added archetype in this reality. That's all it is. People say, oh, that's false. Well, maybe to you, but some other people doesn't think it's false. All that matters is what you believe. If you go back into the timeline of the history of mankind, like Judaism, which is one of the oldest, Judaism and Zoroastrianism and all that, these date back to the 6th century, 7th century. Well, you got to go back 20 more years, 20 more centuries, and you go back to the origins of ancient Samaria. Now, I don't know if that's how long it is. I'm just going on what I read. That's what I'm saying. I can't prove it. None of us can prove it. And when an archaeologist says, well, I can date this, they're guessing based upon their professionalism. But they can't be 1,000% sure. And that can be fabricated in the sense of fabricating. You go all the way back to ancient Samaria seems to be the origins, which is where you're going to get the story of the Anunnaki. Now, clearly, ladies and gentlemen, which I showed, I guess I'm going to have to show it one more time for all of you because some of you are new here. Hold on. So you can be really crystal clear here. Do I have it? I don't want to open that up. Yeah, I don't have it available right now, but I guess I'll just narrate this on the fly and tell all of you, okay? The word Anu, actually, I'll do this right. I'll do it, watch this. I'll just do it on the fly. There you go. Anu, okay? This, you go all the way back to ancient Samaria, is the god of the sky. It's the god of heaven. Anu. It's where you get Anunnaki from. This is way older than any of the other religions according to history. So if this is true, then this predates all the religions by a hell of a long time. It's 12. Well, when you go to the numberempire.com, you type in the number 37. 37 is the 12th prime number. Well, what's 37? It's tied to this, eye in the sky. 37. So then the 37 is relevant. So then we get to the alchemical aspect and we look at the periodic table. What's on the 37th element? What do you see right there? A freaking eye. And this element right here, you just got to look for the clues. You come down to the oxidation states and isotopes, the atomic isotopes, and look at what the most abundant is, 84.912. Well, what's the 84 tied to? It's tied to Uranus. Because Uranus, when you look at Uranus, it has an orbital period of 84 years. So this clearly tells me there's a major connection between Uranus and this element called rubidium, which has the all-seeing eye right on it. Because of this right here. So what is the eye in the sky? Well, this, because it's got an eye right there, and it's tied right to Uranus, which is tied to Anu, because the 37 is the 12th prime number. So you go all the way back to ancient Sumeria. And what was the land that they lived at? The land of Uranus. You see? Uranus, folks. Uranus, Uranus, Uranus. That's the eye in the sky. Now, it means heaven, right? It doesn't have to mean the planet Uranus, but it means heavens, sky. And that's where you're going to get to, of course, you're going to get into these two, Enki and Enlil. And the Enki and Enlil are 30, and you go back to the land of where the ziggurat was from. Look at what the coordinates is. 30 degrees north. Hello? 46 degrees east. 46 is tied to our double helix. Okay? 46 is tied to the double helix. Right here. Double helix. 46. So Enki and Enlil means the demiurge, because demiurge is 30. So what do you think Enlil is? And Enki? It's the demiurge. And that's where you're going to get the Anunnaki, which is going to be a number 26. Can't even spell tonight. And this is where you're going to get this right here. Source. Okay? 26. Which is going to be tied to the Yod He Vahe. So you're going to bring in the ancient Israelite God of the Bible, which is going to be 20 centuries later from this. Okay? And this is all like moon, and there's so 21st century, folks. Okay? So I'm not saying that this has a say, but it doesn't matter. It's just a big Ponzi scheme. Okay? That's all it means. So that's the skinny on Anunnaki, Anu, and Enki and Enlil. Okay? That means demiurge. That's what it means. Yin Yang, double helix. The land of Uranus. It's right in your face. You can't miss it now. Yeah, Jupiter has the eye in the sky too. It's the only one with the great red spot on it, right? I mean, I personally think that these celestials work as a unit, as a team. But, of course, you have a ruler of each age. And the age of Aquarius, I know old school, you're going to have Kronos in there, but once Uranus was discovered in 1871 by William Herschel, then it took over. And I just, Okay, so this is consciously living in the moment. Because as I showed in my scripted reality part 10, how I am so heavily tied to Uranus. Uranus is my chart ruler. 29 degrees in the 14th nakshatra in my 12th house. Okay? That's my chart ruler. The Atman Karkarka in Vedic astrology. What is your chart ruler? It's the planet that's at the highest degree. Mine is Uranus. Uranus and Mercury. Mercury at 26 degrees, Uranus at 29 degrees. So what did I do consciously? And this is big in Mexico, right? So this is being conscious in the moment, right? I decided to go out and get some horseshoes. Put them over my door. Why not? See what happens. These little baby horseshoes right over my door. Both of my doors. I got them over both my doors. See what happens. I'm just going to see what happens. But obviously I can see by my astrological chart what's your ruler of your astrological map, of your chart. Like mine is Uranus and Mercury. What do you think I'm doing? Mercury's the messenger. My Uranus is in my house of Virgo. Virgo's ruled by Mercury. My Mercury's in Capricorn. Folks, that's my job. I'm doing my job. It's not for everybody. This channel is not for everybody. I'm not in it for the likes and subscribers. Don't care. Whoever sees this is supposed to see it. Part of your script, part of your screenplay. That's it. If you don't resonate with my stuff, and a lot of people, I get people unsubscribe all the time from my channel. Totally fine. Someone's asking about their card. If you got the 5 of clubs and 5 of hearts. Yeah, if you have the 5 of clubs and 5 of hearts for your birth and spirit card, it's the restless heart and restless mind. You have the pocket fives, as I like to say. So for you in your reality, and you got to look at everything. You got to look at your birthday. You got to look at the day on the calendar, what you were born. There's a lot of layers to this, like an onion, right? But the 5 of clubs, restless mind. 5 of hearts, restless heart. So it's for you. Variety is the name of the game. The person that gets to be with you in a relationship, they have to give you a lot of space. You probably like to go on a lot of adventures. You're that person say, let's go do that. You may be extrovert. You don't have to be. But variety is the name. That's your fuel. Everybody has fuel. What is your fuel based on? It's going to be based a lot on your cards and your birthday. Fuel. You're going to use it for fuel. 5s are variety. It sits in the middle of the dial pad. It's the busiest number there is. 5 means identity. The 5th house of astrology ruled by the sun. Sun is spirit into matter. Okay? It's the guru. 5 means guru. You're the guru of your reality. You being the star of the movie. I'm not. You are. You're the guru. That's why you shouldn't be listening to other people. Go do your own research. I see a lot of people that are what I like to call, for fun, professional regurgitators. Meaning that they just take what they read and then they just spin it in their own words, and that's what their truth is. And that's totally fine. But they do no research on their own. They just be like, oh, that sounds good. So I'm just going to, and that's their truth though, right? I don't roll that way. I'm the doubting Thomas. For me. Anyway, that's how I roll. It's not for everybody though. I need to do research on my own. I need to prove it to myself. I just don't read it and say, that sounds good. A lot of people are professional regurgitators. That's what they do. They just take information and they just regurgitate it. Not into that. Like, I think it's great to have an opinion, as all of you know. Your opinion is all that matters. That's it. At the end of the day, all that matters is what your opinion is and what you believe and what you live through, not what I do. Nine of clubs. Yeah, it's my sister's birth card. I know it well. It's one of the Christ cards. It's the nine of clubs is card number 22. Michael equals 22. Fighting the dragon, number 22. I mean, look, the tarot says it's so amazing, right? The nine of clubs is the nine of wands. The nine of wands is card number 31. 31's tied to the word absolute. Absolute's tied to Uranus, tied to the screenplay, tied to the movie. Okay, that's because the character. See, if you want to watch an amazing decode of mine, go check out my Cult of Personality. You know that song by Living Colour? If you're an 80s fan. The hell's my nine of wands? Oh, there it is. Right there. Nine of wands. This is the nine. 9 equals 16 in numerology. Light equals 16. Light slowed down into physical matter. 9 means completions. Okay, so when you have a nine of clubs, super intelligent person. But it's the wounded warrior. Why? Because the 9 is the repeater of this reality. Repeat, 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 repeat. It just keeps incarnating, keeps incarnating, keeps incarnating, keeps incarnating. And eventually it becomes the wounded warrior. Because it's been through every damn thing you can imagine. It's card 22 in the cards of illumination. The word organic equals 22. The word natural equals 22. The letter V is the 22nd letter. It's the upside down of the A. It forms the freaking, the double helix, and it forms the hourglass. The V and the A. V is 22, A is 1. You bring that together, you get 122. 122 is tied to the implant in your brain. Eight of spades, that's my card, right? Card number 47. Sits in the Jupiter-Saturn line. It's a Jupiter-Saturn card. The ruler of that card is the King of Clubs, which is Uranus's card. You're ruled by Uranus. The Eight of Clubs is the card of spirit, like directly spirit into matter. The King of Clubs is going to be card number 26. Source is 26. This is what I'm tied to, folks. I'm just telling you this is my lineage. If you're an Eight of Spades, you're tied to the King of Clubs. The other card that you have is the Six of Clubs, which is the messenger card. That's what I am. You're a messenger. That's your karma card. And then you're tied to the Two of Spades, which is tied to the Akashic Records. Those are your 4 cards, Eight of Spades. It's the number 8. It represents the as above, so below. You're dealing with a card of power. All 8s, 8 of hearts, 8 of diamonds, 8 of clubs. They're cards of power. You got to figure out how to use that power in this reality, along with your life path. I have an 8 life path along with the 8 spades. So for me, what do you think I'm doing? I'm using this power to help people. I could easily take it and use it for service to self and be on my own path, et cetera, et cetera. But that's not my job. My job is to deliver the power to all of you. And what is power? Knowledge. The hidden mysteries that are no longer hidden anymore. Okay, that's the Eight of Spades. Eight of Spades is tied right to the trapped and limited, because spirit comes down into matter and it's like, I'm now inside of an avatar. And now I have limitations here. Okay? It's tied right to the King of Clubs. Eight of Spades. If you're an you're an 8 of clubs. You're one of the 8 of. If you're an 8 of clubs, okay, 8 of clubs, one of the most psychic cards in the deck. And if you don't feel that, if you're like, well, practice it. Well, I don't know how to do that. Get some books on it. Clairvoyancy, ESP, telekinetic powers, remote viewing. These are all things 8 of clubs can be really good at. Because the 8 means the eternity, the infinity. It means the Taurus field. You are the cosmos. The 8 of clubs is the 21st card in the deck. The word enter equals 21. It's the portal to get in here. It sits in space number 35. 35 is tied to the word simulation. You're tied right to it. One of the most psychic cards in the entire deck, 8 of clubs. Simone, you have a 10 of diamonds. That's the fortunate blessings card. Card number 36. You're paired with the Queen of Clubs, which is another highly psychic card. 10 of clubs, a 10 of diamonds, super, super fortunate. Bob Proctor, one of my mentors, 10 of diamonds. Tom Brady, 7 Super Bowl rings, 10 of diamonds. Prince, Michael Jackson, 10 of diamonds. Fortunate blessings card. It's the 36th card in the deck. It's tied to the word operating as an operating system, tied to Krypton. Okay, Krypton is the house of Superman. That's why it's so strong of a card. And it sits in space number 25 on the chart. Okay, it's a very powerful card. There are other layers to it than just that. Like you know, not does everybody that get a 10 of diamonds have fortunate blessings? No. There are other factors involved, but then you have to take into consideration all of your programming, all of your genetic programming, and getting rid of some of that stuff. Like, folks, I told you earlier, just being authentic with you, I had no idea that my subconscious didn't want to heal. I literally asked my body through my friend Natalie, who's the practitioner. I learned that my subconscious says, I don't want you to heal. Like, healing is not something that, like, my body just didn't want to do it. It didn't think it was deserving of it. It was a belief that I was holding on to. This the small little things that stack on that will move you away from your true organic self. The 10 of clubs and Jack of spades. The 10 of clubs sits in space number 50. The Jack of spades sits in space number 50. The Jack of spades is the spirit card of the 10 of clubs. The Jack of spades is the 50th card in the deck. In God We Trust is 50. It's tied to the Jack. Jack in the box. Jack this, Jack that. The 10 of clubs is the 23rd card in the deck. The word blood, crown, and history all linked to the number 23. Tied to Uranus. It's in the Mars line. Action-based energy. The 10 and the Jack. Those two cards. The 6 of clubs card is the messenger card. It's card number 19. It's tied right to the sun. Okay? The word Daniel, like the prophet Daniel, Daniel is 19 in numerology. What was he? A messenger. It doesn't, you got to start looking at all the layers of your reality, but 6 is the first perfect number in mathematics. In astrology, it's the sign of Virgo. That's why the last day of creation was 6, because Virgo is the virgin. That's what you're born from, a virgin. It's carbon. Carbon is the 6th element. You see how all that works? So the 6 of clubs is a mental card, but it means the messenger. So there's got to be a way that's going to fit into your life somehow, some way, with that 6 of clubs. And your spirit card is my birth card, which is the 8 of spades. So you're going to be heavily tied to discovering the esoteric and the hidden secrets of life. And if you got Scorpio present in your astrological chart, it'll be even more dominant for you. 4 diamonds is the card number 30. It's tied to the Jack in the Box card, tied to Demiurge, tied to Ensof. That 4 of diamonds card, okay, if you haven't seen my Jack in the Box decoded, go watch that, because it's dedicated to the 4 of diamonds. Okay, the Jack in the Box, which is tied to all of our blood types. The 4 of diamonds is the 4 of pentacles in the tarot, which is card number 68. Okay, and this is where I'm going to get a little bit grotesque here. And this, I'm not saying this is going to be tied right to you, Errant Protocol. This is just your birth card, right? But it means, first and foremost, the 4 of diamonds, the 4 means box. Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box, the restaurant, was founded on February 18th, I think it was. That's a 4 of diamonds card. That's Jack stuck in the box. 4 means the box. Diamonds are pentacles. The pentacles represent us. I don't know how it is. It's card number 68. If you watched my Gematria Decoded, I used the band Slipknot for part of that research. They have a song off their album, All Hope Is Gone, in 2008. It was called Gematria, the Killing Name. Gematria, the Killing Name, equals 68. It's tied to that Jack in the Box card because you're stuck in this box and it's the Hunger Games down here, folks. You're inside of a movie. It's not real. I know it's real to us. But when you turn on your movie tonight or you turn on your show, is it real? You know what you're going to say? No. Well, are those real actors and actresses? Yes. So is it real? You're going to say it's not. Four of Pentacles, man. It's a card of financial security. I can't find it. What the hell is it? Oh, there it is, right there. It's a card of financial security. When you look at that person right there, can't even get my camera to focus in on that because the light's too bright. But that card right there is like the Demiurge holding on to it. Because Demiurge is 30, Enki and Enlil is 30, Jehovah is 30. This is tied to it. It's the Demiurge not wanting to let you go because you're that pentacle. That's why if you have a Four of Diamonds card, you're seeking financial security. Just like the Demiurge is seeking security through its creation. It doesn't want to let the energy go. Yes, life card is first. Spirit card is your handler card that runs your life card. Aquarius and Leo are going to work in a symbiotic relationship with one another. It will not, there's no reality that has everything all just skittle rainbow bridge. It doesn't work that way here. Okay, you got to have contrast in this reality. If you had everything taken care of for you, if you didn't have to pay any of your bills, if you didn't have to go to work, if you didn't have to earn your way through life, the chances of you becoming super lazy would be very, very high. Okay? And your life would change in a drastic way. It would probably not be for the best. There's challenges in this reality because they're designed to move you forward. Okay? If life was perfect and there was no death and there was this reality was all just, marshmallow clouds and fluffy unicorns running around, folks, where's the challenge in life? And then this place would get crap. If there was no more death, I just can't see there being no more death. Removing that. How would you do that? Where would you put it would get crowded. Unless, obviously that's based on the reality that we live in. Unless there's something else that we're missing, maybe we'll move into something else. But in this 3D reality, I just don't see it. Roger Waters has the Five of Diamonds card, which is the card of the game of life. I mean, it's the 69th card in the deck. I mean, think about this. Roger Waters has the Five of Diamonds, which is the Five of Pentacles. You want to talk about scripted reality, which I already showed. He wrote the song Brain Damage off of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, 1973. March 1st that came out. He's got the Five of Pentacles card. The Five of Pentacles card is card number 69. What the hell is it? I can't find these cards tonight. Roger Waters has the 69th card in the deck, his birth card. Okay? What is the symbol for the moon? 69. What album did he sing off of? Dark Side of what? The Moon. You think he had a choice, folks? And I know some people say, oh, it's not the musicians writing it. Dude, I don't give a shit who writes the song. Their minds are not their own. They're not writing the songs either. So it doesn't matter who writes the song or who sings the song. It's a big Ponzi scheme in this reality, and that's it. It's as simple as that. Seven of Diamonds, amazing card. Card number 33, right? It's a card of, it's tied to the number 71. It's tied to Lucifer. 71 is the 20th prime number. 71 is tied to Lucifer, light slowed down into physical matter. The Seven of Diamonds is the Seven of Pentacles. The Seven of Pentacles in the tarot is a card of reviewing your things in life. Here it is right here. Seven of Pentacles is the Seven of Diamonds. This one right here, this person right here, my damn camera won't pick this up. But it's somebody reviewing their life. Okay, what you're doing with the Seven of Diamonds, Seven of Pentacles, card 33 in the cards of illumination, the 33 is tied to the Christ. It's tied to the Christ. When you go up the spinal cord and you get christened through Golgotha, right, which means skull, you go up the 33 vertebrae. So this card right here, which is converted into the tarot, this is the 71st card. And 71 is tied to Lucifer, tied to light, the light bringer. And it means the reviewing of reality. Seven of Diamonds. If you have a seven of diamonds, seven of spades, it's a card of being an analyst. You're reviewing things in life. It's just going to be a different format. Fire, air, water, earth. The pentacles, diamonds, that's earth. Through the tarot, through the cards of illumination, it's going to represent water. Okay, Razel Hope. I'm just going to... You must be new here. So I'll just make this one last comment just for you, and then I'll be done with the comments for you here, okay? Because there's a disconnect here. And that's, again, all you got to do is, all that matters is what you believe. So you're saying they aren't controlling their minds. You can have control of your own mind. Okay. I have supported over countless years now that you are not in control of your mind. I'm not saying that as an opinion. Like you're saying it as an opinion. Okay. Where's your proof? Where's your support? Here's your answer. You will not be able to give any. You will not be able to support your answer of you being in control of your mind. You will not be able to provide 1 ounce of evidence that you are in control of your mind. Not one. That is a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. The videos that I pumped out, the videos that I continue to pump out, support that you are not in control of your mind. So if you and I went to a court of law before a judge or jury, and we had to present our information to prove our case, whether or not you're in control of your mind, what would you support as your evidence? You wouldn't be able to support, you wouldn't be able to give any of your discovery because you would not have any. It would be just your opinion versus the countless amounts of terabytes of information that I have showing you that you are not in control of your mind. You're not in control of it. That is what I would use for my support. That is what I have continued to use for my support. And unless you can bring some support to the table showing me that your mind, you have control of your mind, well, I'm all ears. Send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Not interested in opinions. That's seemingly all you have. You have just an opinion. And that's totally fine because, again, I'm going to go back to the foundation. All that matters is what you believe. That's it. Like what I say, doesn't matter. You could just say Logan's full of shit. That's totally fine. I want you to be skeptical. I want you to believe what you want to believe. But at the end of the day, you cannot support anything of your opinion that you control your mind. Like, try to stop thinking, and you'll notice you can't. Where are your thoughts coming from? You think a little birdie's just chirping in your ear? That voice in your head owns you. The thoughts you have own you, and they come from somewhere, and you're not in control of them. That's pretty easy and standard. Forgetting about spirituality and forgetting about anything of that order, just cut down to pure basic logic and discernment. Where are the voices in your head coming from? And that's all I got to say about that. If you want to believe something else, that's totally fine. But I got 420 plus videos supporting that your mind's not your own. So maybe you want to make your own channel and go tell people that you're in control of your life. Just you, not anybody else. And TJ saying they disconnected the moon bait. Listen, if there's going to be a changing of the guards to where your mind will be free of any mind control in the sense of the little voice in your head, if there's going to be a removal of the program to where we're going to move into that, awesome. Then that's what we'll see. That's what we're going to see. But I can tell you, in this very moment, I continue to decode my life and I see my life scripted. What's scripting it? What is scripting my life? I belong to no organizations. I believe really in nothing. Like, I'm just so open. I don't belong to anything. I don't talk to people in the sense of like, let me join your group. I don't belong to any groups or organizations. Where's my script coming from? And a lot of people say, well, it's AI. Okay, well, that's fine. But like, things continually pop up in nature that has nothing to do with anything artificial intelligence. And my life continues to be scripted. How do you explain that? So unless that changes, like I said, I'm open for anything. And if the whole entire software is changing around us to where we're going to be completely free from whatever the voice in your head is, great. Then I guess that'll happen eventually. But as it stands right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just telling you, being authentic, I'm telling you, my life is continually being scripted. I don't get mad at it. I'm embracing it. What, you want to fight it? See, I'm a gratitude junkie. I don't bitch, complain, moan, point fingers. I turn off the static. I don't be an extra in somebody else's movie, yet my life is continually being scripted in real time. How do you explain that? It would be different if I'd say, yeah, I'm a Rosicrucian, or I'm a Mason. I go to a lodge and I'm doing rituals, and I'm summoning up this and that. I'm contacting this and that kind of energy. That'd be different. Folks, I'm not doing any of that shit. Nothing. Yet my life, it continues to be scripted through receipts, through times, through songs, through movies, through things popping up. I see them. Continually being scripted. So my final answer, you're living through a predestined scripted reality. When you came into this world, you were supposed to come into this world, and you're following a screenplay. It's called your life. There's going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be joy. There's going to be happiness. There's going to be sad. There's going to be depression. There's going to be anxiety. That's energy harvesting. It's inescapable. If it doesn't get you through sports, it'll get you through religion. If it doesn't get you through that way, it's going to get you through Reiki. If it doesn't get you through that way, it's going to get you through alternate healing. It's going to get you through naturopathy. No, it's going to get you through pharmaceutical. No, it'll get you through... Folks, it owns the whole damn... all of it. It owns it all. The good, the bad, and the ugly. So I tell people, I'm like, listen, there's an organic code at work. And so I'll throw this question out there to all of you, especially people that are new here. Okay? The question I would say is, do you believe there's an organic code playing out behind the scenes? And if your answer is yes, if your answer is no, then this wouldn't apply to you. But if you believe because you see the script playing out in your life, if you say, yeah, there's got to be an organic script because I see the number. Okay, great. So the next question I would ask you is, when do you make the determination that the script is no longer organic? When do you say, well, now it's not organic anymore. Now it's artificial. When do you make that determination? You know what most people are going to say? When it's bad. When the script is bad, then it's no longer good, which means it's no longer organic. That's such a crock of shit. That is the most absurd answer to give on that aspect. So if there's a source code and you believe it's playing out, when do you make the determination it's no longer organic? I have yet to have one person with any ounce of brains come with an answer that is logical and has some intelligence attached to it as to when they can make the determination that the source code is no longer organic. Not one person yet. That you can't, folks, it's good, bad, and ugly here. The whole thing, it owns it all, man. It owns it all. Douglas is asking the Two of Clubs. Great card. That's Elon Musk's birth card, right? So you have the Two of Clubs, which is the Two of Wands. Two of Clubs is the 15th card in the deck. The Two of Clubs is tied to the God, the supernatural, because it has to come down here. Once light slows down into physical matter and gets part of this hologram, this simulation, this movie, whatever the hell it is you want to call it. Okay, I had postulated this so many times, and this is a perfect time to talk about this Two of Spades, Two of Clubs, Two of Wands. Okay? If you, I want you to think now for logically, if you created a video game, would you play it one time to test it out? Would you play it? Of course you would. If you made a brand for a car, would you drive that car at least one time? And the answer would be, yes, you would. So why do people not believe that whatever created this reality doesn't come down here and become one of us to play out its own game? And if you study the Upanishads, and it says we're all incarnations of God. All of us. The good, the bad, and the ugly. So the Two of Clubs is the Two of Wands. This is card 24. This is Elon Musk. This is the futurist card. He's holding the world and right in the palm of his hand. 24 is tied to the letter X. Remember, you get the X chromosomes, the X and the Y. The Y is what determines whether or not you're going to be male or female. Males are 2X. XX. Female is XY. I'm sorry, no, male is XY, female is XX. I think I got that right. Squid Game is right. I mean, I decoded that part of the show at the very end when the old man, he said, there's more fun in playing than watching. He creates the game. It was a fractal down. He creates the game called Squid Game, and he says, there's more fun playing than watching. That was telling you right there. It's the God. It wants to come down and experience its own reality. Westworld talked about, I mean, it goes on and on of how this reality works. Ace of Clubs is the damn, it's a beautiful card, man. The aces always mean beginning. So if you're Ace of Clubs, Ace of Hearts, Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Diamonds, you're going to be somebody who's that person who has these great ideas. The ace is tied to the A, and the A is the first letter in the alphabet. It's also going to be tied to the number 27. If you go with the Francis Bacon, the capital letter A is 27. So it's tied to the word heaven. But the Ace of Wands is a very interesting card because it's card number 23 in the tarot. And the 23rd card is tied to Uranus as well, tied to blood, crown, and history. So as I check out my Hollywood Decoded, if you have an Ace of Clubs birth card, go watch my Hollywood Decoded. The Ace of Clubs converts into the Ace of Wands. And this card right here, you see the wand it's holding? That's the Hollywood. That's the abracadabra. This is tied right to Hollywood. Abracadabra. The Harry Potter wand's right there in the hand. The Ace of Clubs is a card literally of being able to wield magic. And it's tied to the number 23. 23 is tied to our blood. It's the supernatural saying, creating man, creating woman, create this, create that. That's the Ace of Wands. And in the cards of illumination, the aces are tied to the club suit, and the club suit is tied to air. In the tarot, it's tied to fire, tied to the sun. It's going to get to the sun either way. The sun is what causes photosynthesis, moving pictures, photos that move. That's us. We're moving pictures. The great band Rush has an album called Moving Pictures. They have a song called Living in the Limelight, the universal dream. They knew. They know. The band Rush knows. They knew. Geddy Lee and Neil Peart, they all knew what it meant. Living in the limelight. And that's right. Flip mode. Sun creates the wavelength. That's what it's all about, folks. It's all about the waves. The waves and the particles. That it's free sound and vibration, frequency, waves and particles. Then you get into the double slit experiment and photons of light. The double slit meaning yin yang. The Jack of Hearts card is card number 11. It's got the J written right on it, and that obviously tied to Jesus. It's one of the 3 fixed cards in the charts. The Jack of Hearts, the King of Spades, and the 8 of Clubs. And of course, coincidentally, when you add those up, the 8 of Clubs, card 21, I'll do it in real time and show you in the calculator. The 3 fixed cards in the cards of illumination is 84. Card 21, card 11, and card 52. 84 is tied to Uranus, the orbital period of Uranus. Uranus. In the tarot, it's going to convert to the 126, which is iodine. I am that I am. Heaven, sky. Jack of Hearts means looking for love. Okay? It means looking for love. It's card 48, which is tied to the tree of life. Right here. Jack of Hearts is the Knight of Cups. This is card 48. Tree of life equals 48. Brain and spinal cord equal 48. What do you think the tree of life is? It's your brain and spinal cord. When you incarnate into this reality and you become a human being, now you're out there looking for love. That's what this card means. The Jack of Hearts is the Knight of Cups. You're now playing out the Jesus Christ character. All of you here are having a Jesus Christ superstar experience. Every single one of you. And your reality is the only reality that matters. There's no reason to divide. It's your truth and your movie. That's it. Your opinions, your movie, this and that, all that matters. You, and then you being the star of your movie. That's it. How do you look up your card? You just go here. I'll just type it in. I'll just pin it to the top. So just pin that to the top. What time is it? It's almost time to end this. Love Stonks is asking, do I have a favorite or significant deal? I have so many that I really like I have so many that I really adore. And it's just, again, I don't take any credit. I'm just downloading the information. Something else is giving me the information. I may be using my artistic flair, that I've practiced over and over and over and over. And that's where I feel free will comes in, is like practicing, you become refined. But the ideas that are coming into my mind, I'm not in control of those. Those are coming from somewhere. And these are part of my decodes, and I'm part of being a messenger. That's part of my job. The King of Diamonds is card 39, which is tied right to Lucifer. The King of Diamonds is a card of being a CEO or boss. And you should be somebody who's like you should be a business owner or a boss. Shouldn't be subordinate positions. It's the king of money. It doesn't mean you're going to get a hall pass and you're going to have just, smooth sales, but you definitely should be somebody in a dominant position. That's a good question. Danabelle says, does love find us or do we find love? Love finds you. It's part of your screenplay. My final answer on this is anybody that you've been with, you were supposed to be with. Part of your screenplay. Errant Protocol is saying we cannot change our code. We can flow with it or against it. That's correct. That's my final answer. You're either going to flow with it or you're going to push up against it with some free will of yours, and then you're going to just get pushed right back on course through some kind of circumstance that happens in your life. And I feel like when you stop blaming things in this reality, when you turn off that static on the world stage, the mainstream, and you get out of that, rat race, life becomes much more blissful. And maybe through the free will, that aspect, like you're like, I don't want to be part of that movie anymore. You switch over into an alternate reality that was already written for you to change into. It's kind of like, when you grab the remote, of your television, right? Like I got Netflix, I got Amazon Prime. Big shout out to those platforms, right? I'm a huge movie fan, show fan, whatever. I pick up nuggets. I like watching stuff. I like getting lost in shows or movies to break away from this reality sometimes, right? Well, when you have the option to tune in to limitless amounts of show, they're all playing at the same time. You can click on them anytime you want. They're all playing at the same time. Someone's watching, maybe not all of them are playing at the same time, but on television they were back in the day. There's all these ABC, CBS, NBC. They're all playing at the same time, simultaneously. They're all part of fractal realities, right? Part of the same reality. It's just a big Ponzi scheme is all it is. That's just how I look at it. But this reality, oh, that's my card. I'm not really good at getting the cards tonight. Okay, I guess it doesn't want to be found. It's going to show you the Seven of Cups because that's the card of like holding the remote control, which I can't find. Okay. I don't know where the hell it's at. Wow, I can't find cards tonight. Okay. So I don't want to find it. the straight up aspect of Lucifer, okay, it just means light, bringing light to the game. That's why it means light bringer. So you can bolt on the devil, you can bolt on Hades and Pluto and the god of the underworld. You can bolt all there's so many. It's kind of like you, ladies and gentlemen. You're not a simplistic kind of person. You have all these beliefs. Every time you go read a book that's something you've never read before and say, oh my God, that sounds interesting. I think I'll believe that. And then you bolt that onto your brain and your beliefs. And you bolt this on and you bolt that on and you do this and you listen to this. And now that sounds good. And next thing you know, you have this dark mass in your brain that is filled with all your beliefs. Now you're not a simplistic being anymore. So when you go and you break down all the beliefs and you get rid of them, what are you left with? You're left with something very simple. You're left with logic and discernment based on something super simple. And when you go observe reality from a nature standpoint, you're going to see how the reality works through nature is how your reality works. You're part of it. And it's predator prey down here, folks. It is the survival of the fittest. That's just the way this reality works. Sacred syntax. Do we need to find balance with our script and character? Yes, of course. It's all about homeostasis, slightly love, right? Slightly service to others. See, folks, if you wake up unhappy, then you're not living out your purpose. If you resonate with what I just said, you're not living out your purpose. Some people will never live out life happy. They're just going to live out a miserable life, but maybe that's what they incarnated to live out, is to live a life of shit, never get out of it, to give off that kind of energetic response, to bring people down, to attach people to their energy fields, and to suck them into that reality. And their whole life, their whole screenplay was designed around just living out that kind of life. To me, if you have the ears to hear this and the eyes to and get engaged with your senses, okay, and use I say limited free will, right? That doesn't mean it's all doom and gloom and bad, but use that free will to check things off the box, like being service to others, being good to other people. Like, are you checking those things out and being good to yourself? Because if you wake up and you're not happy, if you wake up and say, my life sucks, I'm miserable, I hate my job, I hate my partner I'm with, then like, are you going to make the changes, or are you going to continue on and keep going on that screenplay? Do we have the ability to go into an alternate reality or a fractal into a screenplay that was already written, a different door to go into besides the one you're going down and on the path you're at right now? Maybe. But yes, living out a life of homeostasis, which means balance, being in the heart space at all times is to me is essential. And how do you do that? Knowing what your code is, knowing what your functionality is, knowing what your cosmic code is, knowing what your strengths and weaknesses are. A lot of people try to do everything all on their own. They try to even do their weaknesses, and that's where they get frustrated, where they should be subbing that out. And then, especially partnerships. How do you become a really good partner to somebody? Live and let live. A lot of relationships fail because it's one partner or both partners forcing their code on their partner. I don't like the way you do that. You should change. You shouldn't be. I wouldn't do it that way. Well, too bad. I would do it that way. Just let me do me and you do you. And if people were to start to do that, and study, and not only do that, but study the other person's code, so you have the support to say, oh my God, that's just how their cosmic code is. That's how it's like when you get into a car and you drive it, it has a certain drivability to it. It has certain limitations to it. Like some of you have turbochargers, but you don't ever hit the gas. You don't ever maximize the turbo in your life or supercharger that you have in your body because you don't even realize it's there because you don't study your code. And the very reason why you may not study your code is because in the age of Pisces, again, is you got to rely on the church. Don't do this. It's devilish. It's this, it's that. Because obviously the church is what wanted to draw your energy because it serves a purpose. It's an archetype. Well, that is over. That's ending. You're ending captivity now, but you're going to be moving into a different reality. Again, it's all matter of theory at this point of what we're moving into. Besides what I've shown and what other great decoders have shown, other astrologers have shown. You know, I say like live your life like you're on a permanent audition. Think about that. Live your life like you're on a permanent audition. And then, and I've been starting to say this during my readings to people when I do readings. Imagine your life was a reality show. Okay, just for 1 second, imagine you had cameras in your house and everywhere you went, and you were the reality show. Okay? Do you think that the world would tune into season 2 after your season 1 was over? Do you think that your life is that grandiose? Do you think it's that robust? Do you think it's that amazing? Do you think it's that dramatic for people to say, holy shit, season 2 is coming on? I'm going to be tuning into that. This is the perspective that I look at when I do decodes for people, when I do their cosmic code, and I look at that, I'm like, do you even realize what you have here? You get a freaking amazing screenplay. And then would people tune into your season 2? Would you get past, a lot of you would never even get past the pilot. Because you don't do anything. Because you're too busy giving your energy onto the mainstream. You're giving your energy onto the being an extra in their movie. You're never a star. But maybe you're designed to be that way. Maybe you're just, there is what's called collateral damage. The majority of people in this world are what people say they're asleep. That's their code. They're not going to wake up during this time of their life. Not everybody gets to, I guess. Seems that way. The majority of people in the sense of waking up are not going to make it. They're not going to wake up. That doesn't mean that they're going to get fired and they just may not graduate. If you're a fan of the Law 1 material, maybe they just won't graduate. Maybe they're going to have to repeat. I don't even know if that's even true. It's a theory. But I really want you to take that into consideration. Imagine cameras are following your ass around and you're in a reality show. You're the star. You are the star of the movie, and would there be a season 2? What does your life look like? Or is it like bland, like, oh, well, I just punch a clock every day? There's drama to that, though. But live your life like you're on a permanent audition. Pretend like you're in a reality TV show, and go for it. Do your big dreams. Go what makes you that you're scared to do. Go do that stuff. It's maybe a horror movie. I love it. Erica, how do I know my cosmic code? You gotta study your astrology, your numerology, your cards, your enneagram, your personality type, your Mayan astrology. There's so many layers to how colorful of a being you are. You got to start somewhere. I would recommend you go watch my How to Decode Yourself video on my channel. If you go click on Decode Your Reality, the channel, the very highlighted video for people is How to Decode Yourself. I would start there. And it's an hour and 5 minutes long. When I had done that video, I created that video 4 years ago, I think. Let me see. Here, I'll just do it in real time. I'll show you. So if you go to my homepage, actually no, because it's not going to pull up, but let me just do it. This video right here, which is kind of the most viewed video have, over 3 years ago, almost 4 years, April 10th, going on 4 years. The crazy thing is it's an hour and 5 minutes long, okay? This video, this is a long time ago. It's an hour and 5 minutes long and 59 seconds. 59 is tied to the game of life. Just check this out. This is how scripted my life is, folks. The game of life is 59. Okay? Contract with God is 59. Okay? That's what this video is tied to, just the back end. And then what about the 105? You go right here to the architect of the universe. You're going to see it's right here. It's tied to the great architect of the universe. Okay? This is all part of my scripted reality. I didn't plan to do the video at an hour and 5 minutes long, but that's how long it was. I never planned my videos out there, all improv. This is me being used by the supernatural, folks. I'm a messenger. You don't have to agree with everything I say, but how to refute this and say, oh, that's not right? Really? The 6 most important chemical elements on Earth. They're alchemical. They add up to 105. It's the great architect of the universe. That's why when people say, oh, Masonic is evil, you don't know what you're talking about. It has nothing to do with that if you look at it from the lens of this right here. But that was it right there with that video right there. I didn't plan this. I would start there though. 10 different layers on how to be a human being, what it means to be your cosmic code. That's where I would start right there. Where am I at? Okay. Diamonds are forever, Maya. I love it. Do I know Gary the Numbers Guy? I've heard of the name. I don't know who that is, though. No. So Aaron's talking about being thankful. Folks, it's all about gratitude. Gratitude is the ruler of everything. See, in this reality, there's one thing that stands above everything else, and that is acknowledgement. Everything wants to be acknowledged. That's what people use as their fuel. They want the pat on the back. Good job. Oh, that looks great. Oh, you did an amazing job. That they want to feel acknowledged. It's fuel, right? Why does your car drive better when you wash and wax it? Because you acknowledge it. Is there something to that? You know, you felt that before. Same car. Acknowledgement. And that's why nothing in this reality that's alive wants to die. We talked about this through this plant. Some plants give off toxins because they don't want to be eaten. People eat them anyway. But it's acknowledgement. This whole reality is based on acknowledgement. You want to be acknowledged. If you have a dog or a cat and you throw it in a room and you never go tend to it, what do you think is going to happen to it? It wants acknowledgement. You want acknowledgement. That's why a lot of you are in relationships, because you use your partner for acknowledgement. It's not a bad thing. I know, not you though, but everybody else. You use your partner for acknowledgement. You use them to hold their hand, to hump, to kiss, to tell you I love you, to cook with, to clean with, to go on hikes with. You use that person, they use you. That's just the way this reality works. You work off of acknowledgement. It's just a funny, God's a comedian. It's just a hilarious reality that we live in. Acknowledgement. This whole reality is based on it. That's how things grow. Oh, hey, did you hear about that book? No, what book are you talking about? Oh my God, you got to read this book. And then the book gets acknowledgement, and then it gets read, and then you pass it on, and then that's marketing. And marketing's attached to acknowledgement. Oh, did you hear about that band? Oh my God, they're so amazing live. You should go buy tickets. Really? Oh, you would love it. You're acknowledging the talent, and next thing, now you're marketing. A lot of you market for the mainstream, and you're not even getting paid for it. You market consistently for the mainstream. Did you hear about this? Did you hear about Biden? Did you hear about South Korea? You're literally marketing And you're acknowledging the static that you get no royalties or money for. And it's using you. You're being used. So I said mankind is being used. If you're not being used for this or that, it's going to be something else. You can go out into nature. You're being used by nature. You're being used by the God, the supernatural, to experience its own reality. It's a beautiful system, but it's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Jessica, I'm sorry for your loss. I wouldn't even dive into that. The loss of a child, the loss of a pet. I know that's not the same context, but a lot of people think their pets are their kids. They're lessons. I couldn't give you any suggestions on that other than what I would say it's part of your screenplay. As horrific as those things are. Like, I don't know what even that, I couldn't relate to that because that's something you'd have to actually experience to say, I know what you feel. I know what you feel. I don't know what you feel. And that's me being loving when I say that. I have no clue what it feels like to go through that emotional roller coaster. But what I can say is, from an observer of the code, my own life, I can say I'm living through a screenplay. My whole life, ever since I can go all the way back to when I was a kid, has been scripted. My whole life. I'm living through a script and a screenplay. The good, the bad, and the ugly. So Brent's asking, does knowing change the script? No. If you're here right now, you're supposed to be here right now. Some people they subscribe, they watch a video, and then they see me pump out a video and they unsubscribe. Totally fine. Maybe you were just supposed to subscribe to just that one video. If you share stuff and people get rid of you out of their life, like if you have a friend that just says, I can't be your friend anymore, that's part of the screenplay. Right? A lot of people, they disown you. They do you a favor. Like when you stand in your power, when you say, like not being egoic, but I'm telling you right now, this is another thing. When I do readings for people, okay, I get super intense. Anybody that knows I've done a reading, I give it my all. I'm super intense. I'm passionate about. I love life. So I can't, like some people say, I can't wait to get out of here. It's like, well, dude, you must really have a shitty code, or you're just very negative. I love life. I would come back here again and again and again. We don't even know what's on the other side of this reel. Like a lot of people want to get out of here. They don't even know what the other side is. They don't even know what that is. I forgot what I was even talking about. Damn. I lost my train of thought. Full count. Do I see a housing collapse? I see a change coming. Whatever that looks like. I mean, the market in the U.S., the market's so inflated. And just when something goes up really high, it's going to come crashing down. This is history repeating itself. So, yeah, I would definitely see a massive change coming. I wouldn't be buying any, this is just, I'm not giving any financial advice, but buying a home right now is like that. I think that's the worst investment. GG33 life paths are one piece of your cosmic code. Your life path is your total birthday added up. Take all the single digits and just separate them all and then add them all up, right? That's one way to do it. You can do it another way as well. But your life path is going to be part of your reality. Essentially, it's your spirit that has a contract and it works through the avatar, which is your identification. So when I do a reading for people, I take their total birthday, their birth certificate name. That's your identification, your ID. That's your ego. Then you have your life path, which is your spirit, and your spirit's separate from your ego. So the adversary of your ego is your spirit, and the adversary of your spirit is your ego. You got to make lemonade out of that. You got to make harmony out of that. Some of you have the same number for your life path as you do your identification. So there's harmony there. But some of you don't, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't mean you can't make lemonade out of that. So essentially the soul contract is tied to the spirit. Like if you're a fan of theology, in Genesis 6 verses 3, it says right in there, my spirit shall not reside in man forever. Not your spirit, my spirit. And it goes on to say you'll live to 120. My spirit. It's not your spirit. That's why I'm telling you, you're being used. I'm just going to, right here, those of you that are fans of theology, let's just break it down. Here you go. I've broken this down so many times. But those of you that are new, that are fans of theology, right there. My spirit shall not always strive with man. Doesn't say your spirit shall not always be there. My spirit. That's God's spirit inside of you. Okay? If you're a fan of theology. Your soul contract through life path is the spirit of God inside of you, and it has to do a job. So you take the life path, whatever number you are, and I'm not a big fan of this master this and master that. All the numbers are going to break down to a single digit. So if you're 11, 22, 33, it's going to be a 2, 4, and 6. That's going to be your final destination. Okay? There's no life path better than the other one. There's no life path that's higher than the other one. There's no life path that has a more responsibility than the other one. Everything reduces down to a single digit. All these digits work as a team. 0 through 9, they work as a unit, as a team. And then you get into the composite 10, 11, 12. You're going to find that in your life path as well. So your life path is your spirit. It has a contract. That contract is with the Spirit of God, and that works through you, through your avatar. That's why your mind is not your own. Those ideas are coming from somewhere. They ain't coming from you. Go try to stop thinking, and you'll notice you can't do it. You say, oh, I'm going to focus on my breath. That's you thinking about focusing on your breath. We're not designed to not think. We're designed to think, to create. Because we're literally, that's why they have the word, that's why Freemason means builder. That means you're building something. That's why there's nothing evil about it. It just means builder, free builder. Okay? That's what that means. So your life path is your spirit, your contract that you must work through in this reality. So, I mean, it's just so simple if you're a 1 life path leader, 2 life path, you work good with people. 3 life path, you're creative and communicative, you're probably an artist. 4 life path, you're here to build something. 5 life path, you're here to work through variety, you're here to be independent, you're here to go on a lot of adventures. 6 life path is you're the Mary Magdalene, it's a pregnant woman, it's the nurturing number. 6 is the cosmic mother, Virgo, the virgin. Okay, if you're a 6 life path. 7 is the analyst. 8 is working with power. 9 is the humanitarian. It's really simple. That's it in a nutshell, folks. That's the contract with God, the Spirit of God through you. And then you have your ego, which is your adversary of the contract with God, that you're going to maybe go against. Like, oh, I don't want to do this. If you have a 9 life path, you have a humanitarian life path. And then let's say you have a 1 identification. Let's say your name numerology is 1. It reduces down to the number 1, and you got a 9 life path. You have your ego that wants to be first in everything you do, and then you bolt that onto the humanitarian. You want to be first in a humanitarian effort. You want to be first in establishing things in a humanitarian effort. Maybe you want to start your own humanitarian company or start your own humanitarian efforts. Maybe you want to invent something that's towards humanitarianism. If you have a 1 identification and an 8 life path, 8 means power. You're like, this is my life path, folks. I'm here to deal power. I'm here to work with power. And my name is an 8. I have a double 8, folks. My ego is an 8. My life path is an 8. I am straight 8. I'm here to work with power, to create through power, to create with power. That's my job. And the 8 is the Taurus field. I'm showing you how this reality works. You don't have to believe it. Be skeptical. I'm not for everybody. That's me. But if you have a 3 life path, your spirit is here to create things through maybe an artist. Maybe you're a songwriter and you're supposed to make music to serenade people. And I'm telling you, not everybody incarnates to be the good guy. Not everybody incarnates to be the sweet, beautiful, loving, good person. So there's going to be this aspect of numbers having a liability and asset, a yin and a yang, a dark and a light to balance out this reality. That's why tonight it's dark. Tomorrow it's going to get light. That's yin yang in its rarest form. Daytime is light, nighttime is dark. Pretty simple, yin yang. There you go. There's the black and white checkerboard floor. Nothing evil about it, ladies and gentlemen. That's duality in its most rarest form. It's pretty simple. Exposing tyrants. What about 7 of Cups with the Chariot card? I don't know how you come up with the Chariot card. If you put in the 7 of Cups there, look, I'm just an observer, right? I'm an observer. I'm a life strategist. I'm here to make people's lives better. That's part of my job, right? Part of my responsibility is to make your life better, to get you to have an activation upgrade, right? It's not for everybody though, right? But I look at the very first thing I look at is your avatar name, exposing tyrants. Is that what you do? Well, see, that comes with a price tag. There's a payoff with that, and it may not be the payoff you're looking for. See, when you expose things, that might be your code though, right? Some people incarnated to be a police officer. Some people incarnated to work with the prevention unit in crime. Some people incarnated to be a detective, work with the FBI, work with the Central Intelligence Agency, be MI6. Some people incarnated to do these things. But I'm telling you right now, exposing tyrants, that your name, why did you choose that name? Is that what you're doing? Are you exposing tyrants? And then did you have something happen to you when you were younger and you're still living it through as an adult and you haven't put that to bed yet? Is that why you're living out this life of exposing tyrants? And I'm not saying you should or shouldn't do that, but I'm saying is that right now when I look at your avatar name, what does that really mean? And what kind of payoff are you getting with that? See, I'm personally myself, when I look at a strategy of life, what happens when you do certain things in your life? There's a reaction to it. So if you're somebody who goes out there and like I see a lot of decoders, it's the Jesuits, it's the Masons. Folks, when you're doing that, you think they're not going to come back at you? You think somebody who's in that organization is not going to come after you and do something to you because you're sitting there trying to do this or that? So you're sitting there pointing the finger and I'm not into that. Some people incarnated to do it. That's not my cup of tea. I don't want that battle in my life. I want peace and harmony and bliss. I don't want, they're going to do that irregardless of what I'm going to do. So 7 of Cups is a card of that's the remote control. The 7 of Cups is literally like the God saying, I think I'm going to turn into Logan's channel tonight and I'm going to control him a little bit. So let me turn on his life. Or maybe we're going to turn into Jordan's channel. Or maybe you're going to turn into your channel, Exposing Tyrants. We're going to expose some tyrants. I'm going to use you to do that. I don't know. I'm just having fun with this. But maybe through the free will, again, looking at your avatar name and what you post on social media, you're getting some kind of reaction off of that. So if you're like, I don't really like my screenplay anymore, well, what are you doing on a day-to-day basis? Sometimes just the smallest things, changing the avatar name. I'm not exposing tyrants anymore. How about just being free? I don't know. That's just kind of what I downloaded there for that. I don't know what's going on in your life, so I'm completely assuming and speculating, but just some things to think about. Yeah, it's Flip Mode says there is no purpose in life. Life is the purpose. That was coined by Jordan, right? I don't know. I think that's his original thing, but that's true. Life is the purpose. It's not about you or me. There's a great movie called Doctor Strange, and if you've seen that movie, you know what I'm talking about. There was a scene when the master is dying. His master is dying. The Grand Master, the Sorcerer Supreme, is dying. And she goes out of her body and she goes to a certain area and she's looking out and Doctor Strange is, hey man, you got to go back in your body. And then she goes on to say, she's like, it's not about you. This reality is not about you, but you make it all about yourself. And as you should. It's a contradiction, right? Like it's not about you, but you're the star of the movie. So it kind of is. But life uses you. All right, I think I'm going to call this wrap it up. Yeah, 12:30. Let's do some cards, and we'll call it a night. 3 hours. That's pretty max for me. Got to eat. Thanks, everybody, for joining in. Welcome out all the new people. And again, even if you didn't agree with some of the stuff I'm saying, that's totally fine. Again, the way to kind of resolve that is all that matters is what you believe. Your truth. That's it. So if you think that you're in control of your life, or you think that, like there's a devil, or you think that, there's this or that, or whatever, that's all that matters. That's all that matters is what you believe. Your movie, I don't live in your movie. I don't care. Most of you, and this is no disrespect. All of you are great people. I love you all, honestly. I'm sending this with love. I'll probably never meet the majority of you, ever. This is as far as we'll go. Right? That's totally fine. Right? So the point is that your truth and your reality that makes up your entire screenplay, it's not mine. And mine is not yours. And when you log off from this live and you go about your night or morning and you go about your day tomorrow, you're going to probably forget all about it. You may see some things or you may remember some things, but you're going to go back to your screenplay in your life and you're going to go live out the best life for yourself. Besides what I'm saying, my life has no bearing on yours. I am just an extra in your movie, ladies and gentlemen. And you're an extra in mine. It's the way this works. And the people that are close to you, that's your cast. Brother, sister, mother, father, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, children. That's your cast of your movie. And you hang out with the people that have the same beliefs as you. Right? Doctors hang out with doctors, lawyers hang out with lawyers, nurses hang out with nurses, clubbers hang out with clubbers, artists hang out with artists. Jim Rohn, the great personal development coach, he says you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Who are those 5 people? I don't even have 5 people. It's just me. I'm super hermit. That may change because I like being very extrovert. I hope, I'm coming to LA next month. I hope I get to meet some of you there. I think somebody had asked me, let me digress and tell you that. I don't have a date set of when I want to do this meet and greet, but my idea, I really wanted to go to a centralized location like a home or something like that, but it just didn't work out. But I just wanted to like pull cards and do tarot for a whole group of people. I really would love to do. If you could host something, just throwing it out there as an idea. I know it's a long shot, maybe it's a last minute thing, but having some great decoders over there, there can be strangers in your house. But anyway, that was the idea, right? Was like to get together and do readings for people on the cuff do live readings just like this. Not individualized because there's going to probably be too many people, but to maybe my idea was to do this collective card pull with a whole bunch of people and then interpret the cards and get a message from that, as we have done so many times through this method of transmission, right? But I think at this point now, it's probably just going to be, I think my idea was to meet up at Tree People off of Coldwater Canyon, off of Mulholland Drive in Beverly Hills / the Hollywood Hills, and then just go on a walk. And there's like picnic tables up there. This is where we did the gathering of the syncretists with Santos and stuff many, many years ago in 2019. It was really cool. I don't know how many people are going to show up, but that's kind of the idea. Out there with nature, there should be some great weather, and then maybe do some kind of dinner, but you're on your own there. I'm not going to be paying for everybody's stuff there. I'm just being very transparent. This is going to have to be like you're on your own kind of thing. If you want to come and join, whatever. I mean, I'm a huge pizza fan, so I may do that. I'm not sure. I'm just kind of playing it by ear. I have a lot going on, a lot of people to see, but I really want to address all of you great decoders that live in the LA area. I think that's the majority of my subscribers are in Los Angeles, that area. So if you have some ideas, let me know. Just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. If you want to meet up, it's going to be I come in the middle of the month. So it'll be like that weekend or the following weekend, the second or third weekend of July. It'll probably be on a Saturday is when I'll do it, Friday or Saturday. And that'll be it, and maybe do a dinner. That'd be kind of cool. We'll start with that. I want to go on tour, so I mean that's kind of like my plan is to go on tour, do seminars. I got a course coming out. I want to do it live. I want to teach people live with couples, and it's be a lot of fun in person. Do some decodes live. Just do a whole show. I just want to entertain where you can educate at the same time. That's my thing, and then just go around and do tours. I talked about Jordan about this, and he's down to maybe go on tour as well. That'd be really badass to go on tour with Jordan at the same time. Oh, there it is. So, I mean, it's prepping these things. If I had somebody who was a event planner or coordinator, that's not my strength. I just want to show up and speak and do the cards and readings and all, whatever it is that we're going to do. I'm not the planner. So like if you got a city, if you have a major city that you live in and you want me to come there, I'm down to go anywhere in the US, anywhere in the world for that matter. And it doesn't have to necessarily be a money-making aspect. It's just a matter of hanging out with people, But if you're somebody who is a planner, event planner, if you're good at that kind of stuff, and you have some ideas, just shoot me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and of course I'll talk about them for sure. I wouldn't come to Buffalo when it's cold though, Jessica. I've never been to Buffalo, so it'd be kind of cool. Could all meet at Niagara Falls, jump off the falls. I don't know. But I mean, if you got a city and it's a big one, where it's like Chicago, San Francisco, LA, San Diego, Dallas, Boston, Philadelphia, Miami, I mean, I'm down to go anywhere, but it has to be done right, obviously. So I know I'm just throwing it out there. So I'm sure somebody will maybe take to that and we can make a fun kind of get together. I mean, I kind of got the itch. When Santos came to LA, we did one in Burbank. Maybe you were there. He had like 50 something people show up, which was good for his first one. It was pretty amazing. I got to be part of that. I kind of got to be the MC of that. And that was fun. That would kind of got the itch. Got the itch. And I've been in the seminar business, so. Okay. All right, so let's go into some collective card pulls here. Let's see what the cards have to say. Appreciate all of you, sending you guys all a ton of love. Thanks for all the love back. Appreciate all of you. Yeah, the card community, I have this idea of getting 13 people together to form, all the diamonds in a suit, all the spades in a suit, form that kind of round table. That was kind of one of my ideas I talked about. I still have that in the idea tank. Okay. Marin County, yeah, I used to live in the Bay Area, so been up to Marin County many times. Tiburon, up in that area. Can't wait for We Are D. Yeah, wait till I come out with We Are God. I'm gonna probably get a lot of minus subscribers on that one. Oh man. Yeah, I still talk with Santos. He's still doing hermit mode. I've invited him to do a podcast. He's agreed to do that, but he's just not ready to jump out there in the general public just yet. He's still kind of doing Santos time, so I respect that. He's doing good. Still got to go visit him. He's like, come visit. I gotta go down there. He's down in the mountains. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I may just show up at. I know there's these. You can rent a booth and you can go to these spiritual things. I don't even know what you'd call them. These get-togethers. I mean, LA has a big one. I know Dallas has a big one. And you can rent a booth and you can get talk time. You can do that kind of stuff. I'm even considering doing some of those. Okay. All right, so I shuffled these cards a million times. Not that many times, but that many times. I'm ready to do some collective card pulls. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to this, to end this, What's Your Question 62, would like to ask the cards. I'm going to be using my my Bugs Bunny deck, and we're just going to be pulling some cards. Last time I did 7 cards, and it added up to the 153. It was just in real time, right? So if you're interested in see how the real time script works, like the script, go watch my What's Your Question 61. Go all the way to the end when I did the collective card pull. All of you there, if you're there, to witness that I pulled the cards, and the 7 cards added up to 153, which was tied to the GD element, which was tied to the movie. You're inside of a movie. I'm not going to say prove. I don't want to use that word, but I supported in real time that I'm being a catalyst to show you the script. Okay. Decoding conference. That's it. Yep. All right, so here we go. We're going to pull some cards now. I think I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do, and let's just see what happens. I don't know. We're going to do maybe 7 cards, but let's see what the message will be for. Actually, you know what here's what I'm going to do. This is what came to my mind. Let's pull 1 card for each life path. So I'm going to do 9 cards. So this is going to pertain particularly to your life path. So remember, if you're 11, you're 2. If you're a 22, you're a 4. And if you're 33, you're a 6. Just remember that. Okay? You're going to be a double, those of you who have the 11, 22, 33, but you're going to be reducing down. You're going to serve. Remember, these numbers 1 through 9, they are archetypes. Like if the number 1 walked through the door, what's up, number 1? Hey, Logan, what's happening? Or number 3 walks in. What's up, 3? What's up, 4? They're archetypes. That's why numerology is so easy. Once you know numerology, you can understand astrology. What does the number 10 mean? What does the number 11 mean? What does the number 12 mean? What does the number 13 mean? The 13 is the 1 and the 3 together. It's creation through magic, 1 and 3, right? So I'm going to do the 9 cards, the life paths. I'm going to do my best to interpret. This is going to be for you now. So get ready, okay? So we're going to start off with the number 1 life path. Those of you that are 1 life paths, okay, what kind of energy? And this is going to be for like, what kind of energy is coming to be utilized by you as your life path, your soul contract. I'm just going to be the catalyst here to give you this information. Okay, so we're going to go through the cards one by one. Here's life path number 1. I'm just going to pick randomly, let my fingers do the dancing on the card and just pull a card right out of the deck. And here we go. So those of you that have the 1 life path, you got the 8 of hearts. This is interesting. This card right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is going on a spiritual journey. When you convert this to the tarot, it's card number 44. This is the card tied to the God saying, you know what? I want to go play my game. So it's the 8 of love. It's the Taurus field of love. The number 1 life path, the job right now, those of you that have leadership life paths, your job is to be a leader, a trailblazer. You're now designed to go on a brand new journey. So your job right now, your contract through the 1 life path, those of you that have that, is the 8 of hearts, which is the journey of the spirit. It's a brand new journey of spirit. What does that look like for you? Combined with your identification of your birth certificate name, numerology. But it's going to be the 8 of hearts. We're going to come back to these one by one. Let's go to the 2nd life path now. Those of you that have 2 life paths, what can you work with right now? The energy. And we have the 9 of diamonds. The 9 of diamonds is card 35. And this card right here means you're on television. This is tied to the card number 73 in the tarot. You're on television is 73. The 9, remember, the 9 is the endings and completions. The 9 is the bishop in the Vatican, in the church, right? You're the ruler of the destiny here. You become the television screen. You become the star of the movie. That's what this means. So it's when you have a 2 life path, you're working with people. You work really good with other people. 2 life paths. It's you and something else, but then you become like the star in your movie with this 9 of diamonds. And this is in the tarot, it's going to be the fulfillment of your destiny. But it's a very egoic energy. I'll just give you an example. Keanu Charles Reeves, who played Neo, this is his birth card. What is Neo? It's an anagram for 1. He was the one to save the world. So it's you coming in here to now enter in and save something, and maybe an organization. We'll come back to that, but there you go, 9 of diamonds. Interesting, 8 and 9 simultaneously. Those of you that have 3 life paths, 3 is create. Your life path is you incarnated to be creative, artistic, use your voice. If you have a lot of energy in your 3rd house of astrology, I have 5 planets in my tropical in my 3rd house. What do you think I'm doing? Hello, ruled by Mercury? That's why I talk a lot. That's why I can do 4, 5, 6 hour marathons. Okay. Anyway, 3 life path. Here we go for all of you. 3 life path. And we have the Ace of Clubs, card number 14. And the Ace of Clubs is obviously a card of the magic wand. This is abracadabra. So it's telling you to create some magic through your creativity. This is the Harry Potter wand here. It's Bugs Bunny there, but the Ace of Clubs is brand new ideas through creativity. 3 life path right now. Your job is to create through artistic endeavors, to create through communication. Okay? The 3 is a broken, like the number 8, the 3 is a broken 8. So it means to create out of power. But you're bringing in the 8, the Ace of Clubs, card 14. This is the card of time. It's telling you to create in time right now. So like, ladies and gentlemen, there are no roadblocks other than the ones you give yourself. That's the message I want to tell you. There are no roadblocks other than the ones you give yourself. The energy is to do your bidding right now. You got the Harry Potter wand, abracadabra. Now it's time to go be creative in your life. 3 life paths, okay? Those of you that have 4 life paths tied to the cube, you guys are the teachers and the builders. 4. If you have a 4 like I have a 4 birthday, what do you think I'm doing? I'm a teacher, right? You don't have to believe everything I say. I don't want you to. But that's what 4 is the emperor. It's the moon ruled by your emotions. 4 life path. It means you're a teacher builder. You're here to build. You build systems. Okay, that's what you're designed to do, is to build shit. 4 life path. That's your soul contract, not your identification. Maybe it is your ID if your name ends up in the number 4. Okay, for the 4 life path, we have the 24th card of the deck, the Jack of Clubs. And the Jack of Clubs is this is a fiery card. Fiery. Take action. Knight of Wands. It's take action on whatever it is you're going to build. It's not a time to sit around and mull things over. You already know what to do. Jack of Clubs, fire, take action. The knights go into battle. This is an energy telling you to whatever you have on the table that you have designed and built, that you have not moved into action, it's telling you to move into action. Tomorrow is not guaranteed. It's time, shit or get off the pot, as they say. Time to move into action with that Jack of Clubs, the Knight of Wands, which is going to be tied to your emotions. The Knight of Wands is card 34. Selenium is the 34th element. That's tied to the moon. It means moon in Greek, Selene. So this is a card tied to the moon. The moon's tied to your emotions. That's why the moon rules the 4th house of Cancer. Okay? So it's telling you to use your emotions to build whatever it is you want to build. But it's a fire card or air, so it wants you to move. It doesn't want you to sit still. Okay? Going into life path number 5. If you have that busy ass 5 life path, let's see what your soul contract wants you to do. 5 life path is moving into, the 10 of clubs. This is if you're into chess, this is the castles, the rooks that build the walls. 23rd card in the deck. And this is a card of like high spirituality. Maybe you're into religion. But this is building at a very, very high level. The 10, completion's the binary number in the number 5. So if you have a 5 life path, this 5, remember the foundation of 5 is adventures, going on adventures, variety, moving around, not wanting to sit still. Well, this is a card of a high level build here, building the castle walls. I'm going to pair this with the 9 here in just a little bit. I'm going to come back to this, those of you that are 5 life paths. But the 23 is tied to blood, crown, and history. The 10 of clubs. But it's a very high intellect card here. So using your intelligence to go on your travels through variety and adventures, etc., etc. Moving on to the 6 life path. Those of you that have the 6, when you look at the number 6, symbolically, it's the symbol of a pregnant woman. The number 6. Because 6 is the first perfect number of mathematics. It's the symbol of Virgo. Virgo's the virgin, where the Mary Magdalene energy is. So if you have a 6 life path, your DNA lineage is tied to the Mary Magdalene energy. So forget about the story, whether it was true or not. The idea makes it real. And the 6 is the cosmic mother. 6, Virgo, means you're going to chase perfection. Your life path is all about, that's not good enough. It's not good enough. I can make it better. That's not good enough. That's because the last day think about it. You create this reality in 6 days through the context of theology, and you're God and you're like, okay, Earth, it's perfect. I got to make it better. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want that to get dirty. I don't want them to do that because they're going to break this. I don't want that. It's like you get a brand new car and you want to park it sideways in the parking lot because you don't want anybody to ding the doors. Like that's 6 energy. But it's the sign of health. The 6th house of astrology is tied to your health, right? It's tied to family, health, but it's your legacy and your masterpiece. Those of you that have 6 life paths, your soul contract is to come into this reality and to create something out of perfection, create something for your legacy or your masterpiece. 6. Okay, so let's look and see what the card is for the 6. Those of you that are 6s. Well, you get the 3 of spades. This is the card of the artist. This is the artist card. So when you have this combined with the 6, and maybe you're dealing with health. So I don't know what's going on in your life. If you're dealing with your health right now, and your spirit needs your body to work through, and you're dealing with health issues, this is saying be artistic with your health or healing aspects. Okay, 3. The 3 is 21 in numerology. It's a broken 8, so it's coming out of power. But this is the card of the artist. It's card 53 in the tarot, which is tied to the iodine, the IN. This is card number 42, tied to life, the universe, and everything. So when you're talking about creating from a 6 life path, which is a cosmic mother energy, and you bring in the artist and you combine those two, you're creating this legacy through some kind of artistic endeavor, whatever that looks like for you. Okay. Moving on to the number 7. Those of you who have a 7 life path. 7 life path, which is going to be tied to the house of Libra, which is ruled by Venus. Okay, 7 is the gateway to heaven, as they say, the crown chakra. And it's going to be a card of, or an energy of being the analyst. Your contract is to analyze life, to look at life, up and down, left and right, inside and out. It's the critic of life. 7 is your house of being a critic. It's also the house of marriage and partnerships, right? It's your mirror, being the critic. So let's look at your card. And you got the 50th card in the deck. Wow, another one. So we have the 10 of clubs and in the space number 5. And then we have the Jack of Spades card number 50, which is the counterpart to the 10 of clubs in space number 7. So we have the 57 here. So there's some kind of pattern going on here. But the Jack of Spades is another card of being an artist. This can be the card of the thief, the Joker and the thief, right? But it can be the card of another artist here, a high-level artist, super intelligent, super smart, after spirituality, et cetera, et cetera. It's in the Mars line, so it's an action-based energy, okay? So it's a Jack of Spades in the 7 life paths. Again, 7 is the analyst. And the Jack of Spades is the Knight of Swords, which is what's your question 62. So this tells me for everybody, because everybody is going to be attached to the number 7 through the houses of astrology, through numerology, is since today is what's your question 62, and 62 is the Knight of Swords, and the Knight of Swords is the Jack of Spades, which is card number 50, which is tied to In God We Trust, which is tied to I Am That I Am, you being the I Am. It's telling you right here is life is but a dream. You need to analyze your dreams and to figure out what you want to take with you. So when you're talking about the crown and your 7 life path and being that analyst, especially if you're in a relationship, right? If you're a 7 life path, you're in a relationship, man. What does your dream look like in your relationship? Are you bitching and moaning and complaining about your reality and your relationship? Or are you making lemonade out of it? Are you looking at it from a dream perspective? But the Jack of Spades tied to what's your question 62 here today with card number 50, the Knight of Swords, the Jack of Spades, the Jack and the Beanstalk, tied to that 7 life path. Beautiful. Let's move on to the 8 life path now. The 8 life path, which is what mine is. Let's see what message I got for myself here. Well, we got the Ace of Diamonds. Well, of course, as fate would have it, right? My last name is Piet's 27, and this is 27th card. And here it is, the Ace of Diamonds. I'm an 8 life path. This goes for me. So what is the Ace of Diamonds tied to? Currency. The word currency is 27. The word religion is 27. The word marketing is 27. The word sports is 27. The word golden is 27. So if you have an 8 life path, it means you're dealing with power. So when this card comes in, you're dealing with currency and power. Make sure you're using it for something. Making the determination on if you're using it for the greater good or you're using it for egoic purposes. Obviously, my whole podcast right here serves both, right? Because I'm going to get something out of this. I mean, this is what we do. We create, but then we get something. I may just get a comment, somebody saying, hey, I like your podcast. And that's like fuel, a little bit of fuel. Like, that's just keeping it real. But when you're dealing with currency in the 8 life path, well, it's telling you like the currency's coming in, folks. And you're dealing with power. So what kind of currency are you dealing with? And are you aware of the currency around you? That was for the 8 life path. And then we're going to get into the last life path now, the life path number 9. which is all about you humanitarians. The 9 is, very old soul kind of energy. If you feel that, like, I feel like I'm an old soul. Yeah, well, that's because the 9, remember, the 9 is the flip of the 6, and the 9 is the wounded warrior, because it's all the lifetimes, okay? All of them. And the 9 is the great repeater number. That's why it's the wounded warrior, because it's a repeater number. It repeats every number that it's next to. It never goes away. It's always there. You put the 9 next to the 4, it reduces down to 13, which reduces down to the 4. The 9 is the fuel, the repeater of each number, which is a humanitarian. So it's designed to deal with changing the world from either a utopian or dystopian world. That doesn't mean everybody incarnates to create the utopian world. I would imagine everybody here is to do that. But the 9 life, wow, amazing. You couldn't have picked it better, right? The 9, those of you that are humanitarians, the 9 life path, wow. Card number 10 itself. Card number 46 in the tarot. That's the DNA card. Double helix. I mean, you couldn't have picked, amazing, right? The 10 of hearts, which is the happy home in the tarot. So if you're a 9 life path and you're working working with or through or for some kind of humanitarian outfit, it's telling you, like, what does happy home look like? How do you step it up and make that happy home? How do you step it up and really make this place better? Like, it's telling you to do that with this 10 of hearts. This is like the DNA. I mean, this was interesting because it was the ninth card, the 9th soul contract, and the last card in this pull, and it was, the 10 of hearts, which is the last card through the lineages of these 1 through 10, if you want to look at it that way. But this is the DNA card, the double helix card, the completion. And it's in the 9 life path. So if you're a 9 life path, ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful, I mean, this is like DNA activation upgrade. If you feel that, welcome that energy. And then what does that look like for you? So what I see, let me add all these up. Let me see if I can get an alternate meaning here. Let me just add all these up. 10 plus 27 plus 50 plus 42 plus 23 plus 24 plus 14 plus 35 plus 8. Of course. 233. You know what 233 is? Uranus. What? Uranus. 233. 8 of hearts, 9 of diamonds, ace of clubs, jack of clubs, 10 of clubs, 3 of spades, jack of spades, ace of diamonds, 10 of hearts. You add all those up, you get 233. And 233 is one of the atomic masses of Uranus. Of course, as fate would have it, right? This is my whole life. I just bought these horseshoes. Put one above my door on both sides. Why not? This is what they do in Mexico, by the way. It's like it's a big culture thing here. Right there, you got your horseshoe over your door. Like I told you, ladies and gentlemen, I go to my parents' house. When they moved, they bought a house. They moved again, and they bought a house just outside of Myrtle Beach. And when I first visited the house, I walked in through the garage, and through the breezeway, and right above the door, what was right above the door? A freaking horseshoe. What is Uranus? Heaven. So all this energy, 8, 9, ace, jack, 10, 3, jack. I hope you got something out of that for yourself. I hope I was able to give you the interpretation of that. But obviously 233 Uranus, this has been a pattern now of moving into the heavenly space, moving into a utopia. Utopia starts with the letter U. Universe is a 33. Like what does the 33 mean? Going up the ladder, Jacob's ladder. Let me see if I can look at some other ways. We got 2 10s. I mean, look at this. The 95, the 9th soul contract and the 5th soul contract. Look at what we got. Two 10s. Remember the 95, those of you that are new though, the I am that I am, the I am is 53 and 95, iodine and americium. So the am, which is what it becomes, the manifestation of spirit into matter, this is the 95 right here. Life path 9 was the 10 of hearts. Life path 5 was the 10 of clubs. It's written right here, folks. This is the I am, the Uranus, the sky, heaven, okay? The Anunnaki, Anu, Enki, Enlil, the Sumerians, all this stuff it's all coming out now, ladies. There are no more secrets anymore. It's all coming out. And let me just pull one tarot card just for fun. To summarize this whole thing, to get one last message for all of you great decoders. I see a question. How do you find your life path number? You take your total birthday and you add it up. So my birthday is 2/4/1973. So it's 2 plus 4 plus 1 plus 9, 19, plus 7 plus 3. 2/4/1973. So if your birthday is 12, maybe your birthday is December 15th. So you would go 1 plus 2, December. 15th is 1 plus 5. Okay, and then whatever year, 19 is 1 plus 9, and then the year, 76, 7 plus 6. Then you're going to get a double digit, and it's going to reduce down to a single digit. That's going to be your life path, your soul contract. Okay? I mean, folks, it's Uranus again. I mean, this is my next Architect of the Universe 5 is all Uranus. When I first moved to Mexico in 2020, I moved into this building. It was the building. I moved into this casita. It was a single room with, with a bed and a kitchen, and it was built, I don't know, in the 1930s, 1940s. And what was over my door? A freaking horseshoe. No joke. And I had this island that I would, like some of my What's Your Questions, What's Your Question 2, 3, 4, those are all done in San Miguel de Allende, where I first moved to. Underneath my island, there was tiles. And the pattern was the pattern of Aquarius. I kid you not. The great Nigel would say, you can't make this shit up. Nope. The pattern of Aquarius was under my island, under my feet that I did my podcast on the table, and I had a damn horseshoe over my doorway. Uranus rules Aquarius. Folks, the building was built in the 1930s or 40s. I was destined to go there. Countless things I could tell all of you. It's crazy. And people say, oh yeah, I'm in control of my life. Well, okay, sure. Just you. Just you. Okay, let's get one more card, and I'm going to do this for everybody. To summarize this, we have a 233 total. Let's get one card from the tarot. What can we make sense of all this? The 1 through 9 life paths. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. One card only from the tarot. Really? Folks, this is the 62nd card in the deck. This is What's Your Question 62. I just picked it out of the deck. Come on. Scripted reality, man. You saw it in real time. I did it last week. I'm doing it again. What's running my life? 62 is life is but a dream. This is rushing. This is DMT. The card of DMT. You want to know what dimethyltryptamine is right there? It's the Jack of Spades, which is the 50th card in the deck. 50 is tied to tin. Tin is tied to Uranus. Uranus is tied to the heavens and the sky. I am that I am. I is the sky. I is heaven, the vault of heaven. It's the you. It's you and me. That's the contract. It's you and me, baby. It's you and me. That's what it is. And I mean, come on, man. To get to the one card I pick out of the 77 cards of the tarot, and I picked the 62nd card, which is What's Your Question 62? Yeah, okay, but my life's not scripted, and I'm trying to mock and screw you over, and, I'm a Jesuit Mason and Rosicrucian and all that kind of stuff. I just don't tell you. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this was a lot of fun. Thanks for sticking with me. through all my rants and raves. Even, again, you don't have to agree with everything I say. That's totally fine. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here, for subscribing to this channel, for supporting this channel, commenting on the videos, all that. And continue to keep doing this as long as I'm called to do it. I look forward to seeing all of you in LA. I'll make an announcement next week, probably before I go, where the meetup will be. If you have an idea, if you want to host a party at your house, well, I'll think about it. That'd be kind of cool. Woo! All right, ladies and gentlemen. Sending you guys a ton of love, man. Let's see what I want to play. I know what I want to play. What? Let's see. Let me see what I want to play to end this so you can chit chat. Oh, I think I know what I will play. We'll play this right here. All right, so this is an amazing song from the 90s. This is a band called Hum, and the song is called Stars. Okay, the song is called Stars. Great song. It's got a green cover with a zebra on it. This is like the one-hit wonder from this band, but this song is amazing if you're a rocker like I am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for tonight, man. Sending you a lot of love from the Caribbean here in Mexico, wherever you're at in the world, man. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for subscribing. Till next time, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you later.